Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Thursday, May 28th, 7:21 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, local time here in Sumter, South Carolina. I am just about to go deliver my load finally. I got here yesterday at 4 p.m. to deliver the load, and they told me that they only received from 7:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. So I had to set overnight. Luckily, there was this little gas station about a mile away, um, with a truck parking lot. But this gas station is a pain in the ass to get in and out of. You have to go through the fuel island. It's really narrow, it's really tight. And this apparently is the busiest time of the day. I've never seen it this busy since, I've been here. And all of a sudden, right when I want to leave, like every fuel pump is right when I want to leave, every fuel pump is full. Somebody actually, like, I want to go through the widest area, but the widest area is the busiest spot. So the only pump that's not being used is I think this one's a diesel pump. This pump at the very end, somebody just pulled up to it like they were going to use it. And then they got out and looked at the pump, and then they got back in their car and drove over to another pump. So I think this one, yeah, it's diesel. So that's the only reason this one pump is not being used is because it's diesel. So we're gonna get out here and see if we can't make it. Just a second here. Now I'm gonna have to fight to get over to the right. I've got a very short distance until I need to make a right turn, and I've got cars that are flying by me right now. There's another one. They just keep flying by me. Like, I've got my signal on trying to get over, and they don't care. All right, now we're going to make a right over here. The people in this area are so rude. Like the plate, whenever you check, like every tire plant and every carbon plant that I've checked in so far that I've dealt with, the people, the employees have been like extremely nice. And usually whenever you go into a truck stop or a gas station or something like that, the people are extremely nice. But the people here at the check-in at the security guard shack were rude. And then the people at the gas station right there were really rude. Like, whenever I stop at a mom and pop gas station, I try to go in and see if they got something I need, buy something. They didn't have anything. But I went ahead and paid for overpriced pizza. There's still a lot of geese hanging out here. There were a lot of geese hanging out here when I came in yesterday.
Turn left.
Oh, shit. There's geese walking across the roadway. These people don't seem to care. That box truck almost ran a goose over. All right, got to be careful. I don't know if this one looks like it's going to run out in front of me. Just walked right out in front of me. But hopefully I get in and out of here pretty quick, and then I hope it's not a live unload. There's no way they can live unload these things. And I'm want to start making my way back in the direction of Louisiana. So we'll talk about that when I get back. All right, I gotta go check in. I'll be back. All right, they have a convoluted, pain in the ass process. And I'm going to be driving all over their facility doing all kinds of crap. And this appears to be the main entrance in and out of the building. A lot of foot traffic. And their scale looks like it's a pain in the ass to get on and off of. I don't ever want to come back to this facility again. Hope they never give me a load over here again. Yeah, this is really tight. And this trailer with the tires all the way to the rear is really hard to fit on a scale. All right, so now I have to call them. Just scan the barcode. Did it get it? Okay, so I'm going to go down to dock 1-2. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. I forgot a step. I had to scan my barcode. Now I have to go down to dock 1 or 2 and they have to get a sample out of the trailer. So I have to sit around and wait for them to get a sample. It is not easy to get in and out of these trailers. And the security people, I don't know if they've ever been down here. They don't know exactly where it's at. They just know it's down here around dock 1 or 2 or something like that. So they just basically told me to get down here into this area and figure it out. And then after I go through whatever this process is, I have to turn around, go all the way back, and then go down a different road to drop the trailer and pick up an empty. I don't see any kind of information about dock 1 or 2 or anything like that. Ooh, there's a couple of people walking around up here. Maybe they know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, there's people over here as well. Let me ask these people where in hell I'm supposed to go. All right. So he told me to back in right here. And then go into the door and check in. So bear with me while I try to get backed in here. I have a bad feeling that they're going to want me to pull into that little thing over to my left to get a sample. I've never had a place get a sample before I like delivered. So I'll be back in a minute while I go check in with them. All right, so yeah, convoluted, pain in the ass process. So he told me to go down here, take a left, take another left, and then I'll see the trailers on the right. And that's where I drop the trailer. And what's hard to follow on these directions is like people saying, you know, turn left, turn right, and all that stuff. Some people consider a left turn a left turn. Some people consider a stop sign. You know, go down to this stop sign. Some people don't count that stop sign. So I'm counting this as a left turn. Alright, I'm just waving that person around me. See, this kind of crap is why you burn up so much drive time on pickups and deliveries. Oh. Like some of these places have you drive all over the place. All right, I didn't have to wave that car around. They just squirted around me. All right, make sure there's nobody else coming, and we're hopefully not going to get stuck in the mud here. I really don't like this. It is easy for these trucks to get stuck in the mud. You know what? We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. I'm going to... Damn it. We're going to figure out another way to do this. I can't drive in that mud. I'm going to get stuck in that shit. And these people won't help me if I get stuck in the mud. They'll just sit around and laugh at me. These shit receivers, they have you get into these really bad situations, and then if you get messed up, then you know, it's all your fault. It's always the driver's fault. It's all on the driver. All right, there's no way to back in here without driving on the dirt. We're going to try this dirt over here. I am sliding all over the place. trying to keep my momentum so I don't get stuck. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. Let me get out and see what the situation is behind me. All right, just keep going the way I'm going. It looks like I've just got it right in there. Yeah, I don't want to pay thousands of dollars for a tow truck because these people can't be bothered to pave a couple more feet. All right, I've got it in there. It's going to take me a few pull-ups to get lined up because I'm not going to be able to pull forward very far forward in this mud. So I need to move over a couple of feet to the right. All right, I pulled a little bit onto the mud. This mud's a lot drier than that crap over to the right of it, so this isn't not nearly as bad. But I'm still concerned about it. You know what? I think this is good enough. Let me check and see. I mean, they can fit a trailer alongside me. Yeah, there's plenty of room right there to put a trailer. I don't want to make it any harder for the next person. So we're going to move it just a little bit to the right. All right, I think we're good. All right, I'm gonna go drop the trailer. I'll be back in a minute. All right, now I have to drive all the way down, past the guard shack, and go to the empty lot. And then I have to scale the empty trailer, and I have to drive all the way back down here to turn around after I scale the empty trailer, and then I have to go back out. Because I didn't see anywhere to turn around until you get to this dock. I have to drive all the way down to this dock to turn around. Just a convoluted pain in the ass. I wonder if that road I was on goes around. It turned into kind of like a dirt road, so it might not go around. But they obviously don't want me driving on it because this guard shack and the shipping receiving guy both told me to drive this way. Yeah, I'll have to drive all the way back down to that dock to turn around. All right, we got a pedestrian coming through the gate, but they are still like 5 seconds away from the crosswalk, so I am not going to stop way early for them. There's just like a line of people coming into the building. It must be shift change. I hate this place. I hope I never come back here. There's a line of four-wheelers behind me. They haven't caught up with me yet. So they checked they tested it while I was in there doing paperwork with that guy. And I asked him, I was like, how do you guys test? You like pull a ladder up, and, to access the top or whatever? And they're like, no, we're able to test from the bottom. I was like, oh, okay. Damn it, those four-wheelers are still behind me. They told me empty on the right, loaded on the left. But I'm seeing empties on the left. Seeing empties on the right as well. Damn it, those four-wheelers are coming in here with me. And these damn four-wheelers are parked right in front of the trailers. Like, this place is a shithole. Is this the only empty TSD? Let me, I don't want to drive all the way down there. Let me walk around. Every single one of these trailers is a volume except this one right here. Let me check and see if there's another TSD a little bit further down. Be right back. All right, so I have two options. I can either deal with the dumbass who parked right in the middle of the parking lot in front of the trucks, or I can walk in a pond. There's a big puddle of water that's like 4 or 5 inches deep in front of that trailer. So I'm opting for the Cadillac. I don't know who the dumbass in the Cadillac is, but they just parked right in the middle of everything right here. All right. I'm not lined up very well. Let's orient a little bit. And I need to be able to swing way to the left to be able to go around this stupid Cadillac. I think this moron just parked out there away from everybody else so they wouldn't get their car scratched. And now they're going to have to deal with all the truck. Oh, they already have big-ass dents and shit in the car, so I don't know. Maybe they're just stupid. All right, be back in a minute. All right. We're all hooked up. Now I have to go scale. You have to make it around this Cadillac first. I want to tell them to never send me back to Sumter again. I don't want to come to South Carolina. I don't want to come this far east, but I don't want to, like, dispatchers hate, like, lists of shit drivers don't want to do. So I try not to tell dispatchers not to do things unless it's like a deal breaker. It's like I definitely don't want to do this, but this load has wasted 2 days of my time. I had to sit and wait a day to load. It took all day. Like, it took a long time to load. And now to deliver the load, it's wasted a day because they have such short little receiving hours. I've wasted a day delivering the load. So this load has cost me 2 days at about $500 a day. $238 a mile. That's like $2,380 this load's cost me. The trailer is still airing up. I didn't do a good inspection on the trailer because it was parked in a pile of mud. It was black, sooty mud. So I'll have to do a real inspection on the trailer whenever I pull out the gate. Oh, holy shit. I barely touched the brakes and it just like slammed to a stop. Yeah, there's something wrong with the brakes on this thing. I think I heard a beep. Hello, I'm on the scale. Did you get me? Yes. Oh, I'll have to get out. Look. One, 2, 3, 1, 8. All right, thank you. Bye. All right, now I have to drive down the road. Figure out where to turn around, and I need to do a better inspection of this trailer because the air light is still on. It's still filling it full of air, and I'm still having an issue with the brakes. The brakes are, if I just barely touch the brakes, the trailer brakes are like fully engaging. There's some part, I forget what it's called, that is supposed to restrict the trailer brakes. So that part may be failed, or it could just be because of whatever's leaking air. Because it is still draining air. We have a four-wheeler pulling a trailer and a forklift coming down the road. I don't want to encounter them in this turn. Alright, I'm just gonna, let's try to lightly brake. Alright, that brake wasn't so bad. So I think that once this thing gets full of air, the brakes will be good. So we'll just have to figure out what's leaking air. It could be a low tire, and this might have an auto air system. Could be a lot of things. But it has the auto air system, and it has a little light right here. Oh shit, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I came down here to turn around, and this guy is down here. What in the shit is he doing? How did he get into that position? He needs to back way down for me to be able to do this damn U-turn. I don't know how he got set up for a blindside back like that. He must have done a U-turn like I'm doing right now and then blindsided it. I don't know why you do that. You're set up for a natural sight side back and you'd flip it around to blindside it. That's not smart. So they told me I do not need to stop at the security desk. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the brakes are still. Like, I have to barely touch the brakes and then let off of them really quick. I think I've been here for over an hour. When I looked at my call history to call the security desk back, it said 50 minutes since my last call. So the first time I called them and the second time I called them was 50 minutes apart. And I was here for like 5 or 10 minutes before that. And I'm here for 5 or 10 minutes after that. So I think it's been over an hour of driving around on their property. This guy needs to hitch a ride, man. I don't know where he's going, but there ain't shit for a long ways in that direction. air system is supposedly full in the trailer. Let's see what it does at this stop sign. Still a little jerky. Well, I'm not going to park and check it here because that's just a big ass puddle of water. So it's a 2-lane road up here. So I'm just going to park alongside the road, throw on my 4-ways and do a walk around inspection on it. I'm just going to pull up a little bit away from that intersection there. Throw on the 4-ways. And just stop in this lane of traffic. Yeah, the brakes, I'm not going to put it in the shop for that. The brakes are a little hard. They seem to be better now than they were a second ago. We're going to go into on-duty pre-trip inspection, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're about to get rolling. I asked them, I told them I would prefer to never come back to this place. I went ahead and told them. There was the straw that broke the camel's back on the bullshit. While I was doing my inspection, I noticed that 2 of the 3 I don't know what they're called, dump valves, or 2 of the 3 drain valves, or there are these holes. There are 3 holes in the bottom of the trailer that you can dump the stuff out from.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
And they left 2 of the 3 open. I've never picked up a trailer that had them open.
At the stop sign, turn right onto US 521 North.
So I had to figure out, all right, the brakes work normal if I'm moving. It seems like the brakes only do that if I'm at low speed. The brakes really engage hard. But I've never, like, I'm not supposed to open or close those valves. And they also left what they call the placards on the trailer. They're not placards. They're these little information sheets that are required to be on the trailer. I've never picked up an empty that had those information sheets left on them. So I had to break the seals on those information sheets and remove them. And I had to close 2 of the 3 dump valves. And they were not easy to close. Like, if you've ever seen them open or close one of those things, they go out there with pry bars and big ass sledgehammers and stuff to open and close those things. And it can take them, quite a while to open and close those things.
In half a mile, continue straight onto Manning Road.
So I was out there with just my little hammer, just like a regular, like, carpenter's hammer, trying to bang those things open and then back closed. It has these little levers. There's like 3 little levers that latch on.
Continue straight onto Manning Road.
There's like 3 little levers to latch on to these little rings that hold like a plate in place. So I had to bang those latches open and then closed. It's now 9:03 a.m. Now we have to drive across Sumter. So yeah, I don't ever want to do this damn load again. This place is a nightmare. So let me go through the reasons I don't want to do this load ever again. Why is there that big pullout right there? Surprised there's not a truck parked in that taking a 10-hour break, or some local camped out there for the weekend.
At the next light, turn right.
So why don't I ever want to do this again? Number 1, I wasted a day on the pickup because of the live loading process, in which I had to be involved in the loading. Like, I had to sit there and move the truck. I pulled up underneath this thing, and they were sucking carbon black out of a rail car and dumping it into my truck. And I had to move. They gave me a walkie-talkie, and I had to move back and forth to load the trailer. So they were giving me directions on when to pull forward, when to pull back.
Turn right onto US 15 North.
And stuff like that. So that's issue number 1, was they wasted a day getting loaded. I didn't get paid a penny for that. And I was actively working. Number two, they wasted a day because of their short delivery window that you have to arrive within. So I had to wait a day for that. Number three, their convoluted drop process where I have to drive back and forth across their massive property at 10 miles an hour and check in at multiple places. That wasted an hour and a half. Number three, even though they have this massive property where they have concrete and roads all over the places where they're putting the trailers is mud lots. So I'm risking pulling into their mud lots. I'm risking getting stuck and having to pay like thousands of dollars to get towed. And the last reason, because of the condition they leave the trailers. I'm having to get out there and close valves and remove information packets from the trailers that they are supposed to deal with. They're supposed to do all that stuff. So they're just lazy, incompetent, and they do not care about truck drivers. All right, I've been enjoying this left lane. I prefer to drive in the left lane through towns, but the other truck's in the right lane, so I'm going to get into whatever lane the other truck's in because I don't want to block traffic. Their truck should always leave a free lane for cars through town because we accelerate and decelerate so slow. We're just going to slow down traffic as we're going through town. Well, it looks like I found the main way that trucks are coming in and out of this place. The route that I came in last time, there were almost no trucks on it. Now I'm seeing a lot of trucks. Man, they try to get me twice with these lights. This sumbitch does the same trick I do, where he parks in between two lanes. This van better not try and pull alongside of him. He parks in the middle of two lanes to make his right turns. Oh, and he is still going to go over the curb. Oh, he made it. He barely made it. Yeah, you need a lot of room to make turns with trucks. I think that's probably one of the biggest rookie mistakes. Ooh, there's a fire truck pulling out. Are they going to flip their lights on? It's a fire station. I'm watching it. It's sitting right on the edge right now. No lights. Yeah, that's one of the common, rookie mistakes is just assuming that there's enough room for you to do things. Over time, as a truck driver, you learn to not trust design. You learn to not trust road design, parking lot design, and you don't even look at the road or the parking lot with any kind of trust. You just immediately do not trust anything. And you're questioning whether or not you have enough room to go anywhere and do anything. Because they don't design roads. This broke down in the median. Flat tire in the middle of the road. I guess that's the best place to pull over, because there's no shoulder.
At the next light, turn right.
But yeah, that's a rookie thing, is taking turns too sharp, going up over the curb, taking out stop signs and stuff like that, taking out fire hydrants. Got somebody, they're way off the road. All right, speed limit's dropping all the way down to 25. And there's a new stoplight, says the sign. The sign is faded, but it says there's a new stoplight.
At the light, turn right onto US 15 North, North Main Street.
Just a second here. Like to make a right on red, but every time I think there's an opening, there's a car that just shoots out from nowhere.
In 800 feet, turn left.
14 feet 4 inches.
At the light, turn left onto North Pike West.
All right, the brakes are not as hard now. I'm not sure what was going on with the brakes, but sometimes an air system just needs like to get completely full to start operating correctly.
Take your next left toward US 378 West, US 76 West. Turn left toward US 378 West, US 76 West. Then merge onto US 378 West. Merge onto US 378 West, US 76 West, then you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived. Head west.
All right. I've got like 2 miles until we get onto another road. Yeah, this is much easier than driving the way I came in. The way I came in was a lot of stoplights. Just tons and tons of stoplights. Now we haven't like finished this route yet, but this route is way less stoplights than the route I came in on so far. So this lane's going exit only, and that's good because that's exactly what I want to do. I'm going to take that 521 to Camden.
half a mile, use the right lane to take the ramp to Camden. Use the right lane to take the ramp to Camden. Then you'll take a slight
20
right
mile
onto the
per
ramp to
hour
Camden.
exit.
Slight right onto the ramp to Camden. Then at the next stop sign, you'll take a slight right. At the stop sign, take a slight right onto US 521 North Camden Highway.
All right, now we're going to go 23 miles on this road until we get onto Interstate 20. The box truck got out to pass me, and then they gave up on the pass. Whoa, buddy. I didn't know if that pickup was going to stop. All right, speed limit's 45. I'm doing 34 right now and having to continue slowing down because the car in front of me is going slow. All right, now they're speeding up. We're up to 38. Box truck behind me is gone. They must have turned. I need to get some new zip ties. I use a lot of zip ties securing landing gear handles because a lot of these landing gears do not have latches or any mechanism to secure the landing gear handles. And you can't have those things just bouncing freely as you're going down the road. I think I'm down to my last 10 or so zip ties out of a package of like 100 or 200 or something like that. They are like, I don't know how long they are. I would guess they're like 8 to 10 inch long zip ties. And it usually takes 2, 3, sometimes 4 of them to secure the landing gear, depending on like how far away I can find something to latch it onto. Sometimes I have to wrap it around the whole like landing gear because there's just nothing to close by to hook to. Ooh, looks like we're going to a nice divided highway for a while. Hopefully we'll be able to knock out a bunch of miles on a divided highway. So yeah, I texted Caitlin, gave her my drop loaded, my pickup empty, sent her a picture of the scale ticket that they gave me. I think my total weight was like 79,000 something pounds. I might have been overweight on an axle, and I just got lucky and didn't go across any scale on the way here. But yeah, I gave her my trailers, told her I have 9 hours left on my 70, and asked her if my next load's going to pick up in Louisiana. And she said, thank you, yes, you can go ahead and start heading to Louisiana. I am looking forward to getting a shower. I probably stink something awful. I just haven't had an opportunity to stop at a TA or Petro here lately. So when I top off fuel in Morgan, Montgomery, Alabama, I think, is where I'm going to top off fuel. When I top off fuel there, green, 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 stay green, damn you. When I top off fuel in Montgomery, I plan on grabbing a shower and then I'm going to drive on from there. There's a place just north of Mobile that has like 3 mom and pop truck stops. There's no majors on that exit, just 3 mom and pops. And they all have small to mid-size truck parking lots. But that's about as far as I can make it with the time I have on my clock. And it's not too far north of Mobile. If I had to guess, I'd say it was like 20 miles north of Mobile. Bishopville Shaw Air Force Base, 1 mile. I'm thirsty, and I have very little tropical punch. I did not fill up my cup. I got lazy last night, and it was on my list of stuff to do, but I just completely forgot about it and went to bed. And then this morning when I woke up, I didn't have enough time. Well, I mean, I did have enough time. I'm basically making my own schedule, but I wanted to get there as quickly as I could so I could get out of there as quickly as I could so I could start my 34 as quickly as possible. This load just absolutely crushed this week. 2 wasted days. That's at least $2,300 I lost because of this load. All right, the lanes are not too terribly narrow. They're like normal size lanes. We got a tiny little shoulder. This road isn't that bad. We don't have constant stoplights like the roads on the way in. All right, we got a flagger up ahead.
There's a lane closure ahead.
He's got the stop sign out. Trying to stop far enough back that vehicles can easily get back over to their lane. All right, I hope this dump truck notices I'm stopped. They're probably part of this construction, so I'm sure they're aware. Landstar. Landstar creeping through here. There goes the neighborhood. I think we're about to go.
There's a lane closure.
We're doing
ahead.
32 miles an hour right now. We're up to 43. $54. I'm not trying to accelerate. I'm empty. I can accelerate faster than I'm accelerating right now. I'm just accelerating at a speed I feel comfortable with. The dump truck is pretty far behind me. It went like 20 miles an hour through the construction. I went through there at like 32. Is that a deer? Yep, that's a deer. Just laying on the side of the road dead. Speed limit's about to drop to, I thought that said 25, 35 up ahead. Is that a fire station sign? Looks like a fire station sign. I don't see it. There it is, over on the right. Nope, that's post office. Oh, it's the next building past it. One lane road ahead. All right, what's going on here? It looks like they're picking up from the one-lane road. It's like it's no longer a one-lane road. They're clearing the stuff off. We're rolling through here pretty good. This is a lot faster than the route that I came in on because of the lack of stoplights. .2 miles. Man, we've already knocked out like half of it. It was 23 miles. We've only got 8.2 miles to go. We are rolling. All right, let's drink what little tropical punch I got. Oh man, there's just like hardly anything left in the bottom of the cup. That's what happens when you get lazy and forgetful. Once I have an opening of no oncoming traffic, I'll slurp down some tropical punch. Oh, it's so good. Man, the tropical punch has been a real winner. Like that was a good idea. That's working out really well. These water jugs, oh my goodness, they're amazing. The only thing that I'm not looking forward to is refilling, because those things are heavy. They weigh like 50 pounds when they're full of water. So if I ever refill them, I'm going to park right next to the place where I'm refilling it. I'm not going to walk far. But I haven't made it through one of the jugs yet. I've made it like halfway through one of the jugs. Each one holds 7 gallons of water. So I probably won't have to refill them the whole time I'm out over the road. I'll probably just refill them whenever I get back to the house. Yeah, this is, oh my goodness, this way is so much better than the way I came in on. I basically drove through the middle of town on the way in. 3 miles. My goodness, man. This has gone by so fast. And then it's interstate driving the rest of the way. $403 until my fuel stop. So that is at a 60 mile per hour average. That's 6 hours and 43 minutes. Oh my goodness. I have 6 hours and 37 minutes on my drive time. So it is going to be cutting it real close on whether or not I can make it there before my 8-hour break requirement. I need over a 60 mile per hour average to be able to shave off about 6 minutes. So a 61 mile per hour average would get me really, really, really close. Like I would have just almost no time to spare. 62 mile per hour average would give me a lot of breathing room, quite a bit of breathing room. I would just need, all I need is a 62 mile per hour average and I'd be able to do it. All right, speed limit's dropping from 55 to 45, and we've got a left turn in a mile. There are people who think that I record the audio for these videos
Turn left onto the I-20 West ramp to Columbia.
after I record the videos. Like I sit here and just talk over the video for like 10 hours. Like I record 10 hours of video and then I do like 10 hours of narrating on the video. And I think the reason people think that is because the mic that I use, the Bluetooth headset, you can't really hear much of the engine noise and stuff like that. So it sounds kind of like I'm recording from somewhere other than inside the truck.
Turn left onto the I-20 West ramp.
I think I can make it before this. There's a pickup and a car that just turned out into the roadway.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-20 West. Continue on I-20 West for 36 miles.
All right, let's get up to speed. Let's start getting that mile per hour average going. We're up to 62. Yay. We're knocking time off the clock already. Oh, these bridges are so much smoother. That was like a really big bumpy bridge right there. And the entrance and exit, the both of the connectors on that bridge were really rough. but because I don't have a max weight load, the suspension didn't slam down. With a max weight load going over something like that with these damn air ride suspensions, it's like bouncing on a trampoline and then you're coming back down with that really heavy weight. So yeah, even going across rough bridges, it's not that bad when I'm not hauling max weight. Get in your lane, asshole. Stupid jackass. I honked at him and he still didn't get out of my damn lane. He's back over driving in this lane, but at least he's not alongside me now. Moved over in front of me and slowed down. Don't you just love it? Get back out in the left lane and start passing, jackass. Is he just going to sit here behind this slow traffic and I'm going to have to go out and pass him? Like, why in the hell did he pass me? Passing that van reminded me of the escort dream. That sounds like it'd be something fun. I still haven't gotten around to looking into it. What all's involved, how hard it is to find jobs. But that sounds like it could be really fun. Buy a van and convert it into, you know, a little van life. Get one of those racks on the back of it and put a generator on it, a gas generator. And just be an escort vehicle. That would be awesome. But I'd have to look into it. I don't know how much escort vehicles make. I think they make like $1.50 a mile or something like that. That would be pretty good money for driving a four-wheeler. 50 cents a mile should cover all of your expenses. And you're not going to be able to make a ton of miles. You're not going to be out there crushing it in miles with oversized overweight. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about the mileage, it might not be very good. Ooh, that person just ran over that chunk of tire and tossed it out of the roadway. I was going to go off onto the shoulder to get around it, but they just threw it right out of my way. Yeah, it could be difficult to get decent mileage as an escort vehicle. Even if you're making $1.50 a mile, let's say that you're averaging 1,000 miles a week. And I think 1,000 miles a week would actually be kind of difficult to average. It's just going to be hard to find jobs. And you're probably going to have to deadhead massive miles in between jobs. So you'd only be making like $50,000 a year profit at $1.50 a mile because you just can't run a ton of miles. I think you'd struggle to make $50,000 a year if you were making $1.50 a mile. Unless you were just like consistently running with the same person all the time and they ran really hard. Like if you were on some kind of contract where somebody was like hauling something on some kind of dedicated run. I heard a rumor, I don't know how true it is, but I heard a rumor a long time ago that it is nearly impossible to, get into the escort vehicle market because almost all escort vehicle drivers are friends or family of oversized drivers. I mean, that's what I would probably do if I was oversized and I needed escort vehicles all the time. I'd probably find a friend and ask them if they were interested in starting up an escort business. And they would probably be very confused about my intentions. All right, it's only 9:57 a.m. and we're just about to drive through Columbia, and then we've got Atlanta after that. It's probably going to be pretty bad traffic until I get a little ways outside of Atlanta. So it's probably going to be bad traffic from here all the way to Atlanta, and then for a little ways past Atlanta. So the majority of the drive today is probably going to be bad traffic. In a second, I'm looking for an opening to get around this bobtail, but The four-wheelers are just barely creeping by me, and the four-wheelers that are behind me are flying up on me going really fast, but once they're catching up and getting up alongside me, then they're going really slow. So every time there's an opening, it gets closed up by cars behind going really fast and the cars alongside me going really slow. So I'm just kind of jammed in, and we finally got an opening. It should really be a minimum of 3 lanes through here. I think every interstate in the country should be a minimum of 3 lanes everywhere. We're probably going to get up to 3 lanes here before long. All right, I'm probably going to regret this because that pickup is going slow, but we're going to move back over and let the four-wheelers go around because I know they're pissed off because there's a truck in the left lane. They think I'm holding them up. As soon as I moved over, they floored it, got up there on the ass end of that car. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 60 up ahead. So we're slowing down, and this pickup is slowing down at the same speed that I'm slowing down at. And now we have 3 lanes. This guy is swerving all over the place. He's playing on his phone. He's leaned way over to the right, and he keeps looking down toward the right, down and toward his console, which usually means he has his phone in his hand, and he's looking down and to the right at his phone, and he's swerving all over the road. And he's not maintaining speed. I want to get out and pass him, but I know he'll speed up as soon as I get out in the left lane. And he's bouncing around going between like 58 and 62. And it's also very hard for me to get out of this lane. There's just a constant flow of cars passing me. So I'm going to try to pass him. There might be an opening after this white car. But this blue SUV has decided to slow down. These cars are they're going really fast behind me, and then once they get alongside me, they slow down. All right, there's a huge opening after this white car. And now the pickup is sped up. I'm doing 62 and he's pulling away from me. Great. Now that I have an opportunity to pass, he's going fast. So we have probably about 30 minutes of driving through Columbus or Columbia, South Carolina, whatever this is. The idea of hot shot used to sound interesting to me, but not really anymore. The cost of a like high-end pickup that's capable of towing a heavy trailer is crazy. It's like $100,000 for a pickup these days. Back when pickups used to cost, 30 or 40 grand, hot shot sounded appealing. But now with pickups as expensive as they are, it's harder for hot shots to find loads than for trucks to find loads. So you're probably not going to be able to run as many miles as a truck. I don't know if they get paid the same as a truck. A lot of brokers don't like dealing with hot shots because a lot of them are not like fully legal. And there's also a bunch of drama usually you have to deal with them. It's like box trucks. A lot of brokers don't like dealing with box trucks. But box trucks are a lot less expensive than these trucks. Right, these assholes are slowing way down again. I just got out in this lane to pass you because you're going slow. Come on, four-wheeler. You can do it. Looks like a police escort for that oversized load right there. They had a regular escort, and there was a cop in front and a cop behind with their lights on. I've seen oversized loads. Whenever I used to live in Reno, Nevada, I saw an oversized load that they took off of the interstate. I'm guessing because of sorry, just a second here. These jackasses just cut me off and slam on their brakes. Jammed into the lane right now. Right now they're pulling away from me. But it was a really big load, and they took it off the interstate right at the edge of Reno on I-80 on the eastern edge of Reno. Took it off the interstate and had a huge police escort. All right, I am tired of this horse trailer. It keeps backing up traffic in front of me, and it keeps speeding up and slowing down. So we're just going to speed a little bit and get the hell around this horse trailer. But yeah, for that oversized load, they like shut down the whole road. I think it might have had like some people with the electric company with it to lift power lines. You're talking about probably some really expensive permits to go through town with something like that. I want to get back over in the right lane, but we got four-wheelers in chill mode, and I got super truckers behind me. There's two super truckers behind me, one in each lane, driving side by side. They're both speeding. All right, here comes super trucker number one hauling ass past me. I've got my cruise set at 60. Which is the speed limit. And here comes super trucker number two. Oh, I smell fresh bread. At least I think it is. Got somebody on the shoulder up ahead. They're way over on the grass, and traffic is just way too thick for me to try to change lanes unless I absolutely have to. They are adding Flying J to the exit sign. That's what they were doing. So is this Flying J over here new? I'm sitting here watching all these old trucks. Like all these trucks that just passed me, just flew by me doing like 70 and a 60. They're all old style trucks. And that reminded me of a comment somebody made on a video recommending me to buy an old pre-emissions truck. That might be an option. I don't. Wow. That truck in front of me just forced its way into a lane and ran a pickup out of that lane. I don't even know if they saw that pickup. They almost hit that pickup. The pickup luckily had another lane to go to. But that super trucker just forced their way over. We got some slow four-wheelers. Yeah, but they recommended me purchasing a pre-emissions truck because they're a lot more cost effective. I think that is an option since I'm already leased on to Landstar. If I remember correctly, and I'm probably wrong on this, Landstar grandfathers in pre-emissions trucks and paper logs, but for new leases, I don't think they will lease on a pre-emissions truck or paper logs. You have to be an emissions truck and you have to have an ELD on a new lease. So it's only like grandfathered in stuff on pre-emissions and paper logs. And I'm not even sure if I could do that already being leased onto Landstar. The equipment itself might need to be grandfathered in. Because if I brought in a pre-emissions truck that couldn't use an ELD, Landstar would probably tell me, nah, you can't do that. This pickup keeps swerving into my damn lane. Come on, Target, get back up to 65. Don't pass me at 65 and then slow down to 60 in front of me. Great. person driving this Target trailer is a dumbass. I didn't notice what company it is. I don't know if it's Target or CR England or US Express or what it is. Alright, I'm jammed into this lane and it's slowing way down. Now it's speeding back up. This second here, I think this SUV needs to be in the right lane. I think this SUV is going to cut me off.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-20 West.
I think this SUV to my left needs to take the next exit. There they go. Awesome. Stuck in this lane and cars are just stacking in front of me going really slow.
Keep left to stay on I-20 West. Continue on I-20 West for 4 miles.
Why do people slow down once they get in front of me? Both of these trucks in front of me slowed way down once they passed me. They flew up on me doing like 65, 70 miles an hour. And then once they got in front of me, now they're doing like 60, 62. The cars do the same damn thing. Is it just me? Is there something about me? They're like, oh my God, that's a slow vehicle. Got to get in front of it. What about these other trucks? Don't you need to get in front of those trucks too?
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-20 West.
All right, let's turn the air conditioner down. It's getting cold in here.
Keep left to stay on I-20 West. Continue on I-20 West for 192 miles.
All right, let's do a quick ETA, see how much time I've lost. 361 miles. That's almost exactly 6 hours. 6 hours and 1 minute. And I have 5:56. So I'm 5 minutes behind being able to get to the fuel stop before my 8-hour break. So this 60 mile per hour is not helping me any, but we have managed to shave a few seconds off the time, maybe a minute. So we started with 6 minutes. Now we're down to 5 minutes. Yeah, people are not paying any attention to the speed limit. People out here driving like 80 plus miles an hour. Speed limit is 60. If they see a cop, they'll probably slow down to 50. Oh my goodness, these really big bumps in the road are so much smoother when I'm not hauling a max weight load. I really need to get the suspension replaced. Pretty sure that's the problem. I need to get my shocks replaced. I bet whenever they replace the shocks, they're going to show me the old ones and be like, these things weren't doing anything. Look at this. Pull in unless closed, and it looks like it's closed. Yep. I like that South Carolina has signs all over the place letting you know if it's open or closed. They don't just have some tiny little sign right at the exit that's hard to see at the last second. I've got something. Feels like something stuck in my throat. Right lane ends in 3/4 of a mile. So we are out of Columbia, South Carolina, I think. And I'm going to start speeding up. Because I think the speed limit is going to 70. Yep, right there's a sign, speed limit 70. We're out of town and the speed limit just went up to 70. Now let's start making some time on our 8-hour break. So I'm setting my cruise at 70 and I'm doing everything on a 60 mile per hour average. So that means in the course of a single hour of going 70, I can shave 10 minutes off the time. This damn van doesn't know how fast it wants to go. It was passing me when I was doing 60, and then the speed limit changed. I sped up to 70, and it sped up to faster than 70 to pass me. And then once it made it past me, it slowed down to below 70. Now I'm alongside of it, and it's speed matching me. It's sped up again. Now it's slowing down again. He's playing on his damn phone. Sitting there holding his phone up, texting and driving. Jackass. That pisses me off. Somebody sitting alongside me, texting and driving, that's putting me at unnecessary risk. Every single person around this idiot, while they're texting and driving, they're putting them at an increased risk. He's still just sitting there thumbing away on his phone. I wish there were harsher penalties for distracted driving. Playing on your phone while driving is a huge problem. All right, he just sped up quite a bit. I think he just finished his text message. Look at this jackass. This four-wheeler got out onto the shoulder and started passing me while I was still in the lane. Like, these people freak out if they have a truck in front of them. Like, they act like a cornered, panicked animal. And they're going to try and pass on the right. And this distracted driver is up there thumbing on his phone again. He's slowed back down. He's just driving out of his peripheral vision, speed matching the car next to him. The same shit he was doing when he was alongside me. Now he just took off. That's what people texting and driving tend to do, is when they're texting or reading a text, they'll slow down and start just driving out of their peripheral vision, like just speed matching. Oh, he just swerved over in the right lane, and just speed matching vehicles around them out of their peripheral. And then whenever they finish with their texting, then they'll take off and start driving really fast. And then they get another text and they slow down and drive out of their peripheral speed matching again. They just do that over and over. So we're catching up with a lot of slower vehicles. And I've got a truck riding my ass. I think this truck is waiting until I get jammed in behind a vehicle to pass me. So I'm going to have to be on the lookout for them. I'm going to have to be careful about getting jammed into this lane.
There are police reported ahead.
All right. The four-wheeler that was passing me has slowed way down because they saw a cop. Oh, now you decide to pass. This is a huge problem with trucks, is that you'll approach slower vehicles, like convoys of slow vehicles, that'll just be riding together for hours. And then as soon as you go to pass, lizard brain kicks in and people are like, I can't get passed by a slow vehicle. You'll have all of these vehicles popping out, jumping in front of you to pass as well. So I'm just passing a lot of like this Target is one of the vehicles that passed me in the 60 mile per hour area. All these slow, low governed trucks. They just run at their governor regardless of speed limit. All right, let's see if it's a Target. See who this idiot is. It's probably a CR England. Total. Jackson, Mississippi. My goodness, man. I'm doing 71 so I can get around them a little bit faster. But I'm flying past these four-wheelers just doing 71, 72 miles an hour. I don't know why they're going so slow. They're going somewhere around 60 to 65 miles an hour. And now they're speeding up. As soon as I made it around them, they sped up. And Target is out there trying to pass them now. Or Total is out there trying. That's a really difficult thing to do, is to slow pass a four-wheeler. If you fly by a four-wheeler, you can catch them by surprise, and they might not speed up on you. But if you slow pass, all right, Target just had to give up and fall back in behind that black SUV. If you slow pass a four-wheeler, just lizard brain will get them to press the throttle. and you won't be able to pass them. They'll speed match you, or they'll speed up. All right, let's see how much time we've shaved off. 337 miles. It's 5 hours and 37 minutes, and I have 5 hours and 34 minutes. So I'm down to only 3 minutes shy of my 8-hour break. And over 5 hours, I can shave a lot of time off. I should be able to easily make it to my fuel stop. So let's say I make it to my fuel stop in 5 hours. That means I would arrive. Oh, are we still on Eastern? So we're going to be moving over to Central. So it's only 9:48 a.m. So we'll say 10 a.m. and in 5 hours, I will get there at about 3 p.m. into Montgomery. Top off fuel, take a shower. I should be out of there by 4 or 4:30. And then I've only got 2 or 3 hours of driving left. And then I'll be taking my 34. I should get down there at those mom and pop truck stops probably around 7 p.m. That should be early enough in the evening. I should easily find a parking spot. A lot of truck drivers don't like to go to mom and pop truck stops. They like to go where they have their reward points. So it's much harder to find a parking spot at one of the majors than a mom and pop. I think that is the black SUV that's been going really slow. They just sped up and got in front of me, and now they're speed matching me. And the gray car that I passed earlier that was going really slow, I think it's sitting right in front of Target about a half mile back. All right, this dumbass. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure this is the dumbass that's been driving slow, blocking traffic. Because now they're doing the exact same thing. They just had to get in front of the slow truck, so they sped up to get in front of me, and now that they're in front of me, they've decided to Sunday stroll again. And this vehicle pulling this trailer is trying not to let me pass. I was going faster than them at 70, and I sped up to 73 to get around them faster, and they sped up as well. just hate people, man. People are so aggressive and selfish. I think they don't even realize how selfish and aggressive they're being. In their mind, because they're so selfish and aggressive, they see everyone else around them as the problem. They think that what they're doing is perfectly normal and reasonable, and everyone else around them is the problem. It's like any driving class that you take. They'll usually tell you that almost everyone thinks that they are a good driver. Every one of these idiots out here on the road thinks that they're good drivers. And they think that everyone else around them is a bad driver. Especially the people that are really aggressive, that like weave between traffic and speed a lot and stuff like that. They think they are the most amazing drivers. They think that that is skill. Being able to press the throttle down and being able to weave between traffic, drive like an asshole, reckless driving. They think if they're able to do that type of reckless driving without getting into an accident, and even if they do get into a lot of accidents, it still doesn't process in their head. They think that they're really good drivers. That pickup pulling the trailer that I just passed that tried to block me from passing is riding my ass. Like they were going about 68 when I was behind them, but now that I'm in front of them, they're riding my ass at 70. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to park in reserved parking right in front of the fuel island because I don't want to mess with that parking lot at the TA in Montgomery. And I've got to remember that that water puddle in the exit lane is deep. That is a massive hole. Don't drive through that damn thing again. They have several craters in their parking lot that they have like cones around. And that one, they did not have cones around it.
There's an object on road ahead.
All right, there's a tire in the left lane. Nobody alongside me right now. Damn it. I've got a tow truck alongside me right now. And they're mowing. They're pretty far off the road. Looks more like they're clearing brush than mowing. Come on, tow truck. Don't loiter next to me. Oh, it is so smooth going across these bumps now that I don't have a max weight load. I am getting hungry. I think the only thing I've eaten in the last 3 days is 2 slices of pizza and a peanut butter and chocolate wafer bar. There's a long line of four-wheelers passing right now.
There's construction ahead.
We're just looking for an opening to get around this box truck. It's probably going to be a couple minutes. Every time I think there's an opening, there's somebody that pops out from behind me to pass. Is this the jackass that was going really slow in front of me? I think it is. I think I'm getting passed right now by the jackass that tried to block me from passing earlier. Oh, this was not a box truck. So great. Now I'm back behind the jackass. It's been riding my ass ever since I passed them. They were doing like 68 miles an hour.
There's construction ahead.
Now they're going slow again. So I'm back behind this asshole. And now he's doing 68 again. When I was in front of him, he was speed matching me and doing 70. But now that I'm behind him, he's doing 68 again. Now he just took off. The road is full of jackasses like this. As soon as, this person exits, there's going to be another person that does this to me. Just wants to go slow, but doesn't want to be behind me. They want to be in front of me really badly, and they also want to go slower than me. Augusta, 13 miles. Augusta's in Georgia, isn't it? There might be an Augusta in South Carolina. Or we might be crossing the border into Georgia here in a second. Actually, yes, I'm pretty sure Augusta is right on the border of Georgia. So I think we're about to cross over into Georgia. Oh my God, this guy. He just keeps speeding up and slowing down. Or girl. I don't know which it is. I'm looking for an opening to get around this slow van. This traffic fucking sucks. What the hell is that hanging off the front of that car? It looks like a mirror stuck to the front of that person's bumper. Taking it as a challenge. I put on my signal and the cars floored it and tried to block me from getting over. Flew up on the back of my truck and slammed on their brakes. This jackass right here. And it wasn't just him, it was a car behind him too. Both these dumbasses. It's a woman. Men and women both do it. I think women do it more often than men, though. I think men are much more likely to let you over if you put on your signal. Put on your signal, guys are much likely to let you over. Women are much more likely to speed up and try to block you. But it's not, I'm not saying it's only women. I'm just saying that women, in my experience, do it more often than men. Women are much more likely to cut you off. And I've talked about this before. I think it's because of the way that they're raised. Like, women grow up being treated like a little princess and everybody holding doors for them and stuff like that. So they just feel kind of naturally obligated, and they feel like people are just going to, let them over. And, people want to be nice to them and let them over and stuff like that. Because that's just the way, like, they've been treated their whole life. And then they get behind the wheel of a car, and people don't know if it's a man or a woman, or if they're fat or skinny or ugly or good looking. So all people see is a car driving like a jackass. I had this really, really beautiful, like, hot teen girl just break down and start bawling in Dallas. It was stop and go traffic, and she was passing everybody on the right and then trying to cut across the median to cut everybody off to take a left lane exit, and nobody would let her in. And she just stopped in the median and started like ugly crying, and was like waving her arms around and like, why won't you let me in? Like, she, in her mind, it wasn't even processing like what she was doing. In her mind, she was doing nothing wrong. She just could not understand why people would not move over for her and let her cut in traffic and cause the entire line of vehicles to come to a complete stop for her. In her mind, she just didn't process that. It was just, all these people are being mean to me. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 65 for Augusta. And I remember that we get extra lanes as soon as we get close to Georgia. We start getting more lanes. Come on, four-wheeler. Great. As soon as I turn my signal on, some jackass jumps out from behind me. Well, at least they went out into the far left lane.
Welcome to Georgia.
What's going on, four-wheeler? You were doing 75. Why don't you keep doing 75? This dumbass behind me that jumped out alongside me is... Are they exiting right here? They jumped out from behind me, went all the way over to the far left lane, then went all the way back over to the right lane. This little gray Honda right here with a paper tag. They took that exit. How much you want to bet this car cuts me off and goes to the far left lane? Well, it looks like they're not going to do it. It looked like they were going to do it, but they didn't do it. And this tow truck sounds like the engine's about to blow up. They're trying to accelerate. They're trying really hard to get going faster. Looks like I'm gonna have to pass Penske on the right. Oh, now the tow truck's slowed down. Penske is just gone full center lane, gang. There's a spot for you, Van. Get out there. No, you're not gonna get out there. You're gonna try to pass on the right. There's a sign we just passed that said the right lane is ending. There they go. This damn tow truck. Great. Great, great, great. There's a bunch of slow traffic, and Penske will not get out of the center lane, and trucks are restricted to the two right lanes. Come on, Penske, get the fuck out of the way. Doing 62 miles an hour. I'm going to see if I can't pass Penske on the right, see if there's no... Oh, there's an opening now. Sitting there playing on his phone. They keep trying to mandate that every vehicle have an inward-facing camera. To stop distracted driving and DUI driving. I am not in favor of that, even though it is a huge problem. That is just a level of surveillance and government intrusion that is unnecessary. Left lane ends in half a mile. And now this lane is going exit only. Awesome.
There are police reported ahead.
This truck tried to block me from getting over. I hate people so much. Just saying, I'm getting a lot of brake lights and I can't see anything around this box truck. A slow vehicle in the left lane is probably going to move over in front of me. Trying not. Oh, it's that slow ass tow truck that was struggling back there. Oh my goodness, I've caught back up with this asshole. Now we've caught up with really slow vehicles in the right lane, and I'm jammed in because this tow truck has a left lane blocked. And there's a whole bunch of traffic. Like, everybody's just kind of jammed in because of slow vehicles. We have slow vehicles in both lanes. Well, if I ever get an opening, I'm going to get out in the left lane and pass this grain hauler that's blocking this lane. Doing 57 miles an hour. Let me rephrase, we've sped up to 57 miles an hour. Now we're up to 65. We're going downhill. The grain hauler that's blocking this lane just turned their left turn signal on, so there must be a vehicle in front of the grain hauler that's blocking the grain hauler that I can't see. And there's a way station in 2 miles. No, there's not. The dump truck that just passed the grain hauler. No, there's another dump truck. There's a second dump truck that was in front of the grain hauler. Man, this should really still be 3 or 4 lanes. The slow dump trucks that were blocking this lane just exited. And hopefully the way station's open and I get the bypass and this oversized load and this grain hauler and everybody has to go in there. Everybody that's up here blocking the road. Come on, four-wheeler, stop slowing down. This four-wheeler just merged on in front of me is doing 60. You're already doing 60. Why are you hitting your damn brakes? It's closed. They don't have any signs up that say it's closed. It's just got construction barrels across the exit. There's a sign right at the exit that says weigh station closed. Why in the shit does this four-wheeler keep brake checking me? And there's just a never-ending line of fucking four-wheelers because of this slow traffic in front of me. Everybody behind me is going 100 miles an hour and they're catching up. I've been trying to move over to the left lane for a long time. There is a small opening coming up, but if they don't hurry up, then cars behind us are going to catch up. All right, we made it around one of the slow vehicles.
There's an object on road ahead.
Now we're flying up on the slow grain hauler. At least the four-wheeler traffic is thinning a little bit. A little bit. I'm still going to get jammed in behind this grain hauler. I've got 3 more four-wheelers to pass me. And then I might have an opening. Just hit our brakes and slow down to 62 miles an hour from 70. 2 more cars. And there's another one flying up right now. We're going to get over well before they catch up, though. All right, we got another truck on the shoulder. And I actually have I have room to move over. Four-wheeler traffic is spread out. Nice. And I have this wide load jackass that's empty passing me right now. This is the asshole that tried to block me from moving out of the exit lane when the right lane went exit only. This jackass tried to block me from getting over. I guess he's not empty. I just drift over there, no signals, no nothing, just drift wherever you need to go. All right, what's this four-wheeler gonna do? He's gonna run all the trucks out of the lane? Like, you're just gonna force your way into the road? You don't have the right-of-way, four-wheeler. What a jackass. Just pimp walk onto the interstate, run a bunch of trucks out of the lane. "124 miles to Atlanta." And then we get to deal with some real dumbasses. I hate the East Coast so much. Yep. A woman. Women are the worst about entitlement. And I'm pretty sure it's because they grow up being told they're a princess and everybody kissing their ass, holding doors for them and all that stuff. I wonder if female drivers still get insurance discounts. Because when I was younger, when I was a kid, female drivers got massive insurance discounts because they were involved in far fewer accidents. And it was mainly because there were far fewer female drivers. Like, percentage-wise, their number of accidents were probably far greater. The risk of a woman getting into an accident was probably much higher. So it was most likely it was an issue of people not understanding the data. A lot of data analysts are idiots. They don't understand the context of the data. So, if you just looked at, raw data on whether it was a male or female involved in an accident, it was overwhelmingly males involved in accidents because it was overwhelmingly male drivers. A lot of families only had a single car, and the man used it to commute back and forth to work, and the woman would have limited use of the vehicle. But that's not the way things are anymore. Now you have, it's not as common as it used to be for like a single earner household these days. Used to, it was just, the guy worked and the woman was a stay-at-home mom. Now, that's quite rare. Now, both people typically work, so you need multiple vehicles so that both of you can commute to work. So now there is a much, much, much larger number of women drivers. So now they probably have different data So I'm wondering if females still get a discount like they used to. It used to be a massive discount. I suspect they get little or no discount now. Or maybe the insurance agencies still give women big discounts for fear of being called sexist or something like that. All right, we've caught up with this tow truck again. This is the second or third time that we've caught up with this tow truck and attempted to pass it. Their engine is really loud. Looks like the tow truck exited right there. It probably would have sped up and tried to block me from passing again if it wasn't exiting. Just a second, there's a pickup that just came flying down the on-ramp. All right, once I get around this flatbed, I'll do another ETA. I would bet that we are break even on hours, or we might be a little bit ahead. Averett. I don't recall ever hearing anything bad about Averett. I've heard a lot of people say good things about them. All right, so 200 in just a second here. We're going across some patches and it's bouncy. 274 miles. So that's 4 hours and 34 minutes, and I have 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we have 6 minutes extra right now. I hope I have good cell signal. It's going to suck to do a 34 where I don't have internet. I would probably move to another location if I get there and the cellular signal is so bad that I can't watch YouTube videos or anything. I watched a couple of movies last night while I was sitting there waiting to get unloaded. What did I watch? I watched Deer Hunter. That was a really long movie. It's over 3 hours. It's like acclaimed as like some really good movie, but I didn't think Deer Hunter was actually that good of a movie. Maybe for 1978 or whenever it came out, it was a good movie, but I thought it was a mediocre movie. And it really didn't have much content to it. There's no reason for it to be 3 hours long. Like the opening wedding scene was like an hour long. It was like an hour of them just like partying at a wedding. It seemed like it was an extremely low budget film because all of the stuff that was interesting had very little screen time. Like the war stuff. And they didn't have a whole lot of shooting locations. I don't know, it just seemed like a shitty movie, honestly. But it had good acting, so we'll say it was a mediocre movie. It was basically an anti-war movie. And De Niro's known for being radical left. So there was a very biased left-leaning narrative. Come on, four-wheeler, don't just sit alongside me. Come on. There you go. Come on, old man. What other movie did I watch? Let me try to remember. Must not have been very good. What in the hell movie was it? Oh, the Batman. I remember now. It was the Batman. I don't know who the director was, but it had, oh my goodness, it had that guy from one of those vampire TV shows or movies. I can't remember his name. He was also in that movie Mickey 17, which was a decent movie. But I thought it was a pretty good Batman movie. There was some radical left ideology that they tried to perpetuate in the movie, but it wasn't too bad. Overall, I thought it was a good movie. They only got preachy a few times. But I have gotten so, like, Hollywood has always been left leaning, but here in the last 10 to 20 years or so, they've just gone crazy land on their propaganda. And it's gotten to the point where there's a lot of new movies that I haven't even bothered to watch. Like the new Snow White movie, did not bother to watch that crap. Marvel, the lead actress in the Marvel series, I was excited about that movie. And then the lead actress, Brie Larson, just goes on this tirade across social media and interviews and talking about how much she hates white heterosexual men, and that, you know, the world would be better off without them and crap like that, and how this movie was girl power and all her other stupid ideology. And I watched the very first movie and it was not good. And I didn't watch any other movie after that. And there's been a bunch of other TV shows and movies that within like the first 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching this shit. You know, within the first 5 minutes, every single character is either gay, in an interracial relationship, or is female, or is something other than white male. And if they ever have a white male, the white male is evil. The white male is the bad guy. You know, within the first 5 minutes, if I see that crap, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to your propaganda piece. And I haven't even, like, I watched the first couple of seasons of The Boys, but I'm not very good about watching TV shows that are active. I usually wait until they're canceled, and I watch everything from the beginning to the end. So I haven't watched the last season or two of The Boys. I think I might wait until it's canceled and then watch it from the beginning to end. But supposedly, they had some season finale or something, and it was just like extreme radical left ideology crap, just preaching in the final episode. And people got pissed off about it, and then the person behind the TV show went on social media and was like, went off on a tirade about how the whole point of the show was to push their political agenda, their radical left ideology. It's like, oh my God, man. Hollywood is just crazy. traffic is finally really nice. And then we've got Atlanta. So it's 92 miles until I get onto the 285, the Atlanta bypass. It's about an hour and a half from now. And it is 11:53. Have we gone over into Central Time Zone? Let me check and see on my ELD clock. 10:53. So no, we're still in. Well, my clock is still reading Eastern Time. I don't know if Atlanta is in Central or Eastern. So, hour and a half. It's around noon, so it should be around 1:30. It's not a bad time to go through a major city. I'm probably going to have 30 to 40 minutes spare on my clock by the time I get to Montgomery. And on this 34, I might actually take the time to make some rice. So I brought chicken nuggets out on the truck a few trips ago to try them out. Whenever I put the 3-in-1 microwave oven in the truck, where it's a microwave, an oven, and an air fryer, I was like, well, chicken nuggets sound really good. So I tried some out at the house. I liked them. I was like, all right, chicken nuggets and barbecue sauce. And then after eating 3 massive bags of chicken nuggets, I don't know how many chicken nuggets are in a bag. I would guess there's somewhere around 100 to 120 chicken nuggets in a bag. And I eat about 20 chicken nuggets at a time. So one single bag is like 5 or 6 servings of chicken nuggets. So those 3 bags are like 15 to 18 meals. So after eating almost all of those chicken nuggets, the first time I brought them out over the road, just dipping them in barbecue sauce, I got a little bit burnt out on that. And I was like, it would be so good to have like some sweet and sour sauce or some other type of sauce to dip them in. That guy right there is living my dream. They've got the van doing the escort. I don't know how in the hell those oversized loads were able to go through that construction area. The cars are driving on the shoulder around that construction area. So whenever I got home, I decided to give it a try. I was like, you know what? This go really good with rice. Chicken nuggets and rice, and put some sweet and sour sauce on it. That'd be like Chinese food. Sweet and sour pork. So I did that while I was at home, and it was so good. Just rice and chicken nuggets and sweet and sour sauce. Oh my goodness, it was so good. So I decided to bring it out on the truck with me. I cannot cook two things at once, though. So I'll have to cook the rice and then heat up the chicken nuggets, because cold rice is a lot better than cold chicken nuggets. I cannot believe how nice this traffic is. So money wise, this week is going to suck. So I have two loads from last week that didn't get processed because Tony was enjoying his holiday weekend. So as far as the settlement goes, yeah, I'm going to have a lot of money on this settlement. I'm going to have like $4,000 plus this load somewhere around $3,600. So that'd be about $7,600 gross to the truck. But As far as the actual week goes, today's Thursday. I'm going to be on a 34 on Friday. Oh my God, man. So I'll be able to do a load across Saturday and Sunday. This is Thursday, isn't it? Let me double check. Yeah, it's Thursday. Um, yeah, this load just absolutely ruined my week. This load's only 1,500 miles. I'm probably only going to be able to get one other load in this week. So this is going to be probably like a 2,500 mile week. So the first 2 weeks I was averaging around 3,500 miles. And now on this week, I'll be lucky to get 2,500 because of all of the delays with this load. Yeah, that 2 days that it wasted, that would have been another 1,000 miles this week. So that would have put me right at 3,500 miles like I've been doing every other week. Second, I got a car hauler coming round. The guy in the receiving office there at Continental, where I just delivered, he had one of his employees was doing a 16-hour day. It was a brand new employee, and he had worked a 16-hour day, and the guy in the receiving office was like, "Oh, you making that truck driver money then?" And he looked at me, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Truck drivers don't make much money. He is like, "Oh, that's not what all the other drivers tell me." And I said, "Well, all the other drivers are making more money than me then." And he basically said all the truck drivers bragged to him about how much money they make. And I said, yeah, there's a lot of people that do that. It's not just truck drivers, but truck drivers are really bad about it. Especially the owner operators. They like to talk about the total amount of money that they make. They don't bother to mention all their expenses. So you might make like $8,000 in a week. You go around telling everybody you make $8,000 a week. You don't bother telling them that half that goes to fuel. And then you have a whole bunch of other expenses that come out of that. And what you actually take home after all expenses is nowhere close to $8,000 a week. And he was saying, yeah, all the drivers that come in here, the TSD drivers and everybody tell me they make $3,000 or $4,000 a week. And I was like, well, maybe they do, but there's a lot of expenses. I mean, yeah, making $3,000 to $4,000 a week is awesome, but then you have a $15,000 breakdown that wipes out how many weeks of money? said people tend to talk big. They tend to exaggerate. They tend to leave out important details. People tend to say things that make them look good. So I wouldn't believe all these truckers that are telling you that they're rich on trucking. If all the truckers made the kind of money that they claim to make, then we'd all be living large. Even on this dedicated run right now, I don't think I'm making great money. It's good. I think I'm making good money. It's not great money. And I'm making way above average on this dedicated run. All right, I'm going like 1 mile an hour faster than this truck. I'm going to speed up to like 72, get a little ways ahead of them, and then drop it back down to the cruise. So let's figure out how much I'm making on this. Let's project it out over a year. Let's do weekly and monthly and yearly. So on a 3,000 mile week, at 238 a mile. Let me get back over in the right lane before I start. I dropped it back down to 70. Let's get back up to speed. So I think so. The 3,000, that'd be 6,000. Be like $6,714. I think. I could be getting that wrong. It's like $6,714 gross to the truck. fuel cost somewhere in the ballpark of like $2,500, if that. It's actually probably a little lower than that. I've been overestimating my fuel cost. But 67 minus 25 puts us at 52.14. But these are not easy numbers to do in my head. So let's do 6,500 and 5,000. 6,500 gross per week and 5,000 after fuel cost. Is roughly what I'm making on this dedicated run. So over a month, that would be $26,000. Is that right? 65 and 65 is 13 times 2, 26. $26,000 gross and $20,000 after fuel costs. That's not mathing out. That's not correct. I miscalculated. $6,500 minus $2,500 fuel cost is not 5,000. It's 4,000. That's what happens when you math in your head. So it's 4,000 after fuel cost. So it's 26,000 gross per month, 16,000 after fuel cost. I'm not going to be working 52 weeks a year, so let's say 40 weeks per year. That's $160,000 a year after fuel cost. So it'd be like $260,000 a year. $260,000 a year gross. $160,000 a year after fuel cost. I think that my gross is not too terribly high. It's in the ballpark of normal for a hard running solo driver, but a hard running solo driver works more than what I just projected. I just projected with 12 weeks per year off, and most truck drivers that are doing $250,000 a year gross are not taking 12 weeks a year off. They're just occasionally, once every month or two, swinging into the house for a 34. So I don't even know if they're taking any time off. So if I project what I'm making out across a full 52-week year or a 50-week year, it would be substantially higher. Ten more weeks would be 65,000 more on the gross and 40,000 more on the net. Like that 10 weeks is what a lot of people make in an entire year. $40,000 after fuel cost. So yeah, I think this load is above average, well above average. What we got going on up here? I think I see somebody on the left side of the car. This contract is supposed to last 2, maybe 3 months. So far, I've been on the contract for, this will be 2 weeks exactly. This Thursday is 2 weeks. So today is the 2-week mark. And the load that I delivered today puts me at around $16,000 gross to the truck. So I've been making about $8,000 a week. So I've been making more than the 3,000 mile per week projections, but it's probably going to average out to 3,000 miles a week because of shitty weeks like this one. But I'm going to plot everything on a spreadsheet, and when this contract ends, I'll probably do a video that shows all of the actual numbers, not just projections. And this might work out really well, because this contract might end right around the same time that the freight market tanks and fuel prices start skyrocketing. Because 2 months would be May and June. 3 months would include July. So May, June, July. Great, great, great. Right when I catch up to these slow fuckers, I got 2 slow trucks passing each other. Luckily, it looks like this Mercer is going super slow. So this other truck, all right, you're way past them, bro. Get over in the right lane. This other super slow truck flew by Mercer. Mercer must have just merged on, trying to get up to speed up this hill. But yeah, and approximately right around at some point in July, I've heard some people predict early July, mid-July, late July. That is when we're going to start hitting some catastrophic shortages. Like, the United States is going to run out of strategic petroleum reserves. And then the market manipulation is not going to have as much effect. And the market is extremely low right now on oil. Oil should be $150 to $200 a barrel right now, and it's sitting at around 100. So once the idiots in the financial markets realize that oil should be upwards of, $150 to $200 a barrel, it's going to cause a massive buy-off in oil. and oil prices are going to skyrocket. They're going to start bidding up oil like crazy. People aren't going to sell it on the cheap anymore. And we're probably going to see fuel prices double from where they're at right now. You know, it's going to go to $10 a gallon diesel, $10 to $12 a gallon for diesel. And that is going to cause the economy to just stop. Because fuel surcharge is going to go ballistic. Fuel surcharge is probably going to cost more than the actual cost to move the freight. And a lot of businesses run on extremely thin margins. So if transportation costs increase significantly, then it's going to wipe businesses out. You're going to see businesses going under. You're going to see mass layoffs. You're going to see massive price increases. I was talking with Continental about tire prices today, the receiving guy, and when he was talking about how this box truck. Don't you come over that close to me, jackass. That box truck just got alongside me and slowed down and then started turning their turn signal on like they were going to cut me off, like inches in front of me or alongside me. They had their signal on while they were still alongside me. And then they finally sped up and got in front of me. But anyway, I was talking about all the costs in trucking, and I was like, just last week, I spent $2,200 on unexpected breakdowns. I had to replace an AC compressor, and I had two flat tires. Two tires blow out on me. And he's like, yeah, tires are expensive. And I was like, yeah. Even for my personal vehicle, I went to replace a tire on my personal vehicle. It was over $400 for a single tire. And I just patched it instead. And he was like, yeah, it's really expensive. And I was like, what? Why are they so expensive? Is it shortages of the materials you guys use to make tires? What's causing the price? And he said, yeah, there's some shortages. But he said the main thing is fuel surcharge that they pay for transportation. They said that fuel surcharge shot up really high and it never went down. There was something that happened that caused fuel surcharge to go up really high, and it never went down after that. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I think that they're just gouging, they're price gouging. When you look at like a load of tires and how much those tires cost, like I don't even know how many tires are in a trailer, a load of tires. But you could probably pay for all of the transportation costs in a single stack of tires. Like these tires for this truck, they sell them for like $500 a piece. Those are the cheap ones. And let's say you have a stack of like 10 of those, $5,000. That $5,000 should pay for all of the shipping costs associated with those tires. The cost of all the raw materials coming in, the cost of transporting those tires to retail. We'll be generous and say 2 stacks, $10,000 in total shipping costs. That's just 2 stacks out of the whole trailer. Could probably pay for all of their shipping costs. So I don't think that shipping costs are the reason they're price gouging on tires. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think that probably they just got caught up in the supply chain disruption that happened with the lockdowns. And like all the other businesses, it just raising prices was normalized. And so all the businesses just started raising their prices. And they never lowered them back down. The cost of, to these fast food companies did not double, but they doubled the cost to us. I think I talked about this in the last video. I watched a YouTube short when I was scrolling through YouTube shorts yesterday or the day before. And there was a short that popped up about the outrageous prices at KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. This lady said that she went to KFC. She didn't even look at the menu, and they asked her what she wanted, and she was like, chicken tenders. And they were like, what size? And she didn't know what size they came in. She said, I don't know. What do you got? And they were like, they come in like 4, 6, and 10. She was like, oh, a 6-piece sounds all right. It was $23. And she left the drive-thru without ordering anything because the prices were so absurd. $23 for 6 chicken tenders. That is crazy. I stopped eating at KFC a long time ago. I used to eat at KFC all the time. Just a second here. These two jackasses just pimp walk onto the interstate. Some people, it takes them a while to realize they're on a fucking interstate. They just roll out here doing like 50 miles an hour. But they don't want to be passed by me, so they're going to speed up. Yeah, you'll have people that roll onto the interstate doing like 50, and then after a few minutes, they'll get up to interstate speed. Takes them a while to get in the mood. So anyway, yeah, I used to eat KFC all the time. And you could get an 8-piece meal for around like $15. And they slowly increased the price over the years. And the last time I ordered the 8-piece meal, it was like $20. And then they increased it from 20 up to like $24. I was like, yeah, that's just, I'm not doing that. And that's around the time I stopped really eating out. I don't eat out very much anymore. I used to eat out a lot before the lockdowns. But since the lockdowns happened and we had the massive price increases at fast food, I hardly ever eat out. I used to order food delivery all the time. Like I would sometimes order food delivery multiple times per day. I was getting bad at it. Like it was bad. You know, I was ordering Uber Eats like 3 times a day. But not anymore. I stopped ordering out, stopped eating at fast food, and just started ordering groceries. Just a second here. We have a line of sons of bitches, and not a single one of them wants to get behind me. Every single one of them is racing to get in front of me. Got a car on my left. All these stupid jackasses don't know how to merge. There was still some jackass trying to race me and passed me on the shoulder and slammed on their brakes right at the end of the merge lane. Got in behind me. Fucking hate people, man. People are just so selfish, so greedy, so aggressive. Right lane closed in 1 mile. Good. I was about to get out of this damn lane for all these idiots. This moron, it's a girl, young girl. That's the one that was racing down, trying to pass in the merge lane and had to slam on her brakes at the end of the merge lane. I'm leaving space for this moron in the right lane that can't read. They'll realize at the last second they need to get out of that lane.
There are police reported ahead.
They still haven't gotten out of that lane. The lane is shutting down right now. What in the hell are they doing? Are they just going to hit the barrels? This fucking idiot they're hitting the barrels. Like, these people don't even pay attention to what's going on. Now get the hell out of my way, dumbass. This person is a fucking moron. I have to pass him on the right, because this person is retarded. It's a woman. Girls, you're losing today. You're looking real dumb today. She was having a hell of a conversation with her passenger. Now she's sped up, and she's like, she was driving alongside me, but I just rubbed her off of me with that slow car in the middle lane. Now she's tailgating the shit out of me. "21 miles until we get to the Atlanta bypass." So we are on the outskirts of Atlanta. There's a cattle hauler and another cattle hauler. There's like 3 cattle haulers. What's going on? Or not cattle haulers, I'm sorry, horse trailers. These are nice horse trailers too. There must be like some kind of horse race or something. What we got in the road here? Say it's, ooh, that was a chunk of wood. I thought it was a cardboard box. I was like, at the last second, nope, it was a chunk of wood. See, we have a line that we passed that horse trailer back there a second ago, and now we have a line of 3 horse trailers right here. So that's 4 in a short distance. It looks like there's multiple vehicles traveling along with them, and these are nice horse trailers. This is not like somebody just moving their own little personal horses from one place to another. These are show horses or race horses or something. Yeah, these are expensive trailers, and the trucks pulling them are expensive as well. These are like highly specialized trailers, highly specialized trucks. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars right there in just the trailer and truck. The horses are probably worth hundreds of thousands or millions. Conyers city limit. So we're now in Conyers, Georgia. And the speed limit's dropping down to 60. I think this might just be a construction speed. Not sure. The dump truck did not slow down when the speed limit changed. They just kept going the same speed they were going. That's, how the 65 mile per hour gang does it. They just run at their governor. Doesn't matter if their governor is 65, 68, 70. That's the speed they go. They are immune to speed limits. Their limit is however far they can push that pedal down. All right, bro. This is like a really short merge lane. You just fucking cut me off like that. Made me slam on my brakes and drop 15 miles an hour. Jackass. Right, I haven't seen anything about the speed limit going back up. But we appear to be out of the construction. It looks like we're going right back into construction. Nope, it says end road work. Speed limit 70. Alright, I'm tired of playing games with these dumbasses. We have a lot of brake lights up ahead. Let's slow down. Looks like we might be stopping. We're still 13 miles away from the bypass, and we're already hitting stop and go. It looks like there's a cop on the shoulder about a half mile up. That could be the cause of this whole traffic jam. Why would that jam up traffic? Because people are, what are they? They're stupid. Why? Like, why are you getting over in my space?
There are police reported ahead.
This dumbass looks like they're going to do the same shit. They just sped up to get alongside that empty space right there in front of me. You don't need to move over, people. It's slow down or move over. If you're going 20 miles an hour, you don't need to move over. Traffic is speeding up. Was that seriously the cause of this traffic jam? That is crazy. A cop having somebody pulled over has traffic across 3 lanes slowed down to like 20 miles an hour. Yeah, I got spoiled on driving across Atlanta. Drove through here last night. Or not last night, but the night before. At it's around 1 a.m., midnight. I can't remember exactly. Traffic was not that bad. No trucks with over 6 wheels can be in the left lane. Not axles, wheels. So a dually can be in the left lane because it has 2, 4, 6 wheels. You have to have more than 6 wheels. So that means that day cab trucks that only have a single axle can technically be in the left lane because they have the same number of tires or wheels as a dually. That just drift over in front of me. And then don't speed up. Just keep going the same fucking speed you were going. Jackass. People like this are the reason truckers tailgate. Because these cars feel really comfortable with vehicles close to them. You have to get really close to them for them to feel uncomfortable. And so truckers will tailgate the shit out of people like this to get them to speed up or get the hell out of the way, because people just drive in a daze. They're not even really paying attention to what they're doing. That's the reason we have so many aggressive drivers, is because of all these people out here that are like zombies behind the wheel. They're like, people are driving aggressive to get around them and to also try to get them to like wake up. Oh, sweet. They just drifted over into another lane. They saw some space and they got into it. Five and a half miles until we get to the 285. I have a feeling US Foods is not getting on the 285. They're probably going right into town. All right, there's the sign for the 285, and JB Hunt's brake checking me. 2 miles. The right 2 lanes. But who knows what the hell that sign means, because we're currently under construction and we have a new lane pattern, and that sign is for the old lane pattern. So who knows what the exit lanes are going to look like when we get there. Great. We got people starting to dart over, and you're just going to go really slow. They just whipped it over into the lane in front of me and then just started going slow as shit. The fuck is going on? Why are you going so damn slow? It's a woman, by the way. What the fuck are you doing? She's just like almost coming to a stop in front of me, and then she takes off. And she just keeps doing that over and over again. Like slowing way down and then taking off. I think she might be trying to get some insurance money. I have a camera right here, dumbass. I think she's trying to get insurance. Like traffic took off and she just stayed there stopped, hoping I'd rear end her. And she keeps like brake checking me. She keeps like slowing down way down. And then she'll take off. And then she'll slow way down again once I get up to speed. Like I said earlier, it's not all the bad drivers are women, but the majority are women. Like, the majority of bad drivers that I encounter are women.
In half a mile, take exit 67A for I-285 South toward ATL Airport, Macon.
I hope she's actually taking that exit. Yay. We're done with insurance claim.
Take exit 67A.
Oh my goodness. This is crushing my mile per hour average driving 20 miles an hour. I want to get around JB Hunt. JB Hunt is super slow.
There's construction ahead.
God, we're merging onto an interstate, JB Hunt. Why are you slowing down?
In 800 feet, merge onto I-285 West.
And why are you changing lanes, you dumb fuck?
Continue on I-285 West.
Oh, now they're not changing lanes. And now they're going fast. Now that I can finally pass them, they've sped up dramatically. Oh, I hate people like this so much. Young person, young guy. It's going super slow while you can't pass him. Now I'm struggling to get around him. "13 miles until 85 south." I think I'm taking 85 south until I get to Montgomery, and then I'm getting on to 65 south. We have caught up with a slow vehicle, and I'm trying to find an opening. Like, what is with these people? They're flying up on me really fast, and once they get around me, they slow down. Like, I was going to get over, and I had enough room to get over to the right, but this white pickup was flying up at like 80 miles an hour. I was like, I'm not going to pull in front of them. And then they get over next to me in the lane, and then they slow down to where they're doing like 65. Motherfucker out here doing 55 in the passing lane. ABF. What is this hatchback doing? They're trying really hard to stay in front of me, and they've been bouncing lanes to the right. They got an exit coming up. There they go. They're probably taking this exit. And I have a truck that just popped out from behind me is passing me, so I'm jammed into the lane. This asshole is not taking the fucking exit. Why did you just cut me off going 5 miles an hour slower than me? You jackass. And I'm jammed into the lane.
There's an object on road ahead.
All right, there they go. They're out of my way. There's an object. All right, I'm going to get out from alongside this truck because I don't know what they're going to do when they see that object. Tire. I don't like being alongside people when we encounter stuff like that because most of these people don't pay attention and they overreact whenever they encounter something like that. Now, you'll have people that'll cause an accident trying to avoid something like that. You do not want to run over one of those tires. Those things are really heavy and they're really durable. You get one of those, you run over it and you can throw it up into your tires and it can cause a lot of damage. So you don't want to run that shit over, but you also don't want to run over cars. This van just flew by me, cut me off, slammed on their brakes for an exit. That's normal. All day, every day. And I really hate this fucking lane restriction that they got us in here in Atlanta. I hate Georgia lane restrictions. It's stupid. Trucks should not be over in these far right lanes. We are large, slow-moving vehicles, and we make it more difficult for people to merge on and off the interstate. It is absolutely idiotic to restrict trucks to the right lanes through a major metropolitan area. Trucks should be in the left lanes in a major metropolitan area. Like, pull your head out of your ass. Like, that's just common sense. There should be signs that say through traffic use left lanes instead of, trucks can only be in the right lane. I think this tow truck's going to jump out in front of me. There they go. Let's slow down some more. We've got a Penske box truck clogging up this lane. I wonder if it's the same one from earlier. Earlier we had a Penske box truck doing the exact same thing. 6 miles until Interstate 85. Google says it's a right lane exit. All right, looks like the right lane is about to go exit only for Interstate 75. Got to keep an eye on these folks that are in that right lane that don't realize it's going exit only because they can't read English or they can't read at all, or they're distracted and not paying any damn attention. What a jackass. That tow truck whipped around the truck in front of me, got right in front of him, and then slowed down. And it is going extremely slow in front of him. We're doing 50 and a 65 because of that. Well, the tow truck is part of the problem, but there's a four-wheeler in front of the tow truck. That's just a really rude thing to do, to leapfrog somebody when they are being slowed down by vehicles in front of them. Tow truck's just an aggressive asshole. Tow truck must have an exit coming up because they're not getting out and passing this slow car. Whoa, buddy. Did those two just exchange words or something? Because both of them swerved as they passed each other. .4 miles to the exit, and I think this tow truck's taking an exit soon. Nope, now they're going for the pass. Wonder why they waited so long. They were aggressively passing, and then all of a sudden they just set behind a slow vehicle. Maybe they were texting. Traffic is really light behind me. There's just a traffic cluster in front of me. Great. We just had a whole bunch of new lanes to the right, and now I have 2 miles to get over to a right lane exit.
In 2 miles, use the second from the right lane to take exit 61 for I-85 south for Montgomery, Columbus.
Google is telling me I need to get over left 1 lane. I moved over too many lanes to the right. Oh my God, these four-wheelers are so slow. Jesus. That idiot just cut across like 3 lanes and drove over the median to take the exit. All right, traffic is stopping.
In half a mile, use the second from the right lane to take exit 61 for I-85 south toward Montgomery, Columbus.
Oh my God, Swift is causing this stoppage. Swift was like completely stopped in the right lane, and then they realized they needed to be in the second to right lane, so they just cut cars off to get over a lane. And they're doing 20 miles an hour. Now they're realizing they don't even need to be in this fucking exit at all. And they're forcing their way over. Oh my God, Swift.
Use the second from the right lane to take exit 61. Then you'll take a slight left onto the I-85 south ramp to Columbus, Montgomery. Slight left onto the I-85 south ramp. Continue on I-85 south for 84 miles.
All right. 85 southbound. Hopefully traffic lightens up a little bit, and hopefully all the stupid people stayed on that other road, or went to that other road, or went to some other road. Or most of them. You know, we can't get all of them on one road. That'd be nice. But I'd have to use all of my trucker powers to make that happen, and I don't even think I have enough trucker power to do that. I need to collect more piss jugs. I should make a video game. A trucker video game that's like in the style of NBA Jam, where it's exaggerated, a caricature of trucking. And you have to back in at truck stops, and if you hit somebody, you have to drive away before a cop catches you or anybody sees your truck number or your company info. Oh my God, man. This is some rough ass road. And roller dogs give you a power up with negative side effects, and if you have to pee, you can refill your piss jugs, and you can throw piss jugs out the window to like get cars out from behind you or from the side of you. Cars that are like jamming you in, you can throw piss jugs at them to clear up the left lane. And the main character's name, his handle, his call sign will be Piss Jug, and he'll have it tattooed on his forearm. And he'll have Super Trucker tattooed on his other arm. Oh my God. We've got a slow four-wheeler, and we got two slow four-wheelers, one pulling a trailer. I don't know what's going on with that bobtail, but that bobtail is blowing a lot of black smoke out from underneath it. These two dumbasses just going slow together, blocking our only two lanes that we can drive in. You fuckers can go other lanes. You're doing 60 in a 70, and you almost hit me with your trailer, jackass. And now the jackass with the trailer is finally moving over to the right lane. Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with that bobtail. Maybe they just have their exhaust blowing out the bottom, and they have their like DEF system deleted, or they have a hole in their exhaust. Looks like that right lane's about to go exit only. Traffic should just continue getting lighter and lighter as we get further away from Atlanta. I don't know if this bobtail needs to exit or not. Trying to keep an eye on him. So far, I don't see any signals or anything. They just slowed way down, and they're staying in that lane, so they must be exiting. Well, that's pretty much Atlanta right there. Going around on the bypass that trucks are required to use. Bad decision. Gonna get jammed in. You're gonna have to come back over. There you go. Why'd you do that? 'Cause you're stupid. All right, we're gonna risk it for the biscuit. We're gonna go pass on the right because we have slow vehicles loitering in what I call lane 2, what the National Road Traffic Safety Board, whatever, they start counting lanes from the left. The far left lane is lane 1. When I look at lanes, I think of the far right lane as lane 1. But NTSB, for some reason, starts it from the left. We got a truck on the shoulder. Better not be close to the fog line because I can't move over. They're way off the shoulder. All right, we made it around Landstar. And now Landstar is sped up. They're speed matching me, but they might just be coasting downhill. I'm just barely pulling away from them right now. Great, great, great. You stupid bastards. Passing on the right, jamming me into this fucking lane. Sorry for the language. I had an opening to move over, and then that black car up there jumped out to pass this black pickup, passing it on the right, and floored it and blocked me from getting over. And then the white pickup jumped out from behind that black pickup and passed it on the right as well and jammed me into the lane behind that Jeep. And now that Jeep is sped up and is trying to keep me from passing. I sped up to 75 to get around that Jeep faster so I can get back over in the right lane. Nope, Jeep sped up to 75 with me. I was going faster than the Jeep when I was doing 70 on my cruise. And now it's sped up to 75 with me. I just went back down to my cruise. We're going to set in this lane. And the Jeep slowed back down with me. All right, what's this pickup? Yeah, it's gonna cut in between us. Who would have thought? Some old woman. Now it's gonna slow down. Whew. Pulled off that sweet maneuver. Now I can just relax. Women are the worst at doing this. Driving really aggressive to get in front of you and then slowing down once they get in front of you. They are the worst. That was most likely a guy. That aggressive lane change right there was most likely a guy. When guys do shit like that, it's usually because they're mad. Like they're pissed off that you're blocking, and they will like really aggressively change lanes. Women drive aggressively. I don't think they even realize they're driving aggressive. I think they just, that's the way they think. So they don't tend to like jerk really hard when they're changing lanes and stuff like that. They'll just casually weave between traffic and cut people off. Just real casual. So if you see somebody casually driving aggressive, just a second here. Yeah, just slam on your brakes and then move over in front of me, you fucking idiot. I would bet that's a woman right there. I would bet 90% chance that's a woman in that white SUV. The way they just casually cut me off. Let's check our time. 131 miles. That's 2 hours and 11 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average. And I have 2 hours and 30 minutes on my clock. So I'm 19 minutes ahead. All right, the idiot is in front of me now. Now she's back over in the right lane. Now she's back over in my lane. Now she's back over in the far left lane. Stupid people don't get smarter. So if you see somebody do something stupid, chances are they're going to keep doing stupid stuff. Stupid is, stupid does. All right, we have a center lane gang that doesn't want to give up their spot in the lane, and I don't know how long that right lane is going to last or how slow the vehicles are in it. Looks like there's a really slow vehicle in the right lane, so we're just stuck behind C trucks or CT trucks. 65 miles per hour. .65-mile-per-hour gang doing 65-mile-per-hour things. All right, we're going to risk it. We're going for the pass. Oh, now they decide to get over in the right lane. Oh my goodness, these four-wheelers. Oh, are they going to break it? The four-wheeler in the center lane sped up to get over in front of the four-wheeler in the right lane. So the four-wheeler in the black Kia, or dark color Kia, was behind the tan van. Oh, we got a cop. Georgia State Trooper. We're almost done with Georgia. Fuck Georgia. I don't like driving in Georgia. Now this jackass is doing it again. This jackass in the dark SUV was behind the tan van and got in the other lane, got out from behind it in the other lane, and then just got alongside of it and started speed matching it.
There are police reported ahead.
So the tan van sped up and got in front of the dark SUV so they wouldn't be blocking 2 lanes of traffic. And now this jackass is doing it again. The dark SUV got alongside the tan SUV. Let's see if they actually passed him or if they just speed match him again. Looks like they're actually passing this time. The tan SUV going to wait till the last second and cut me off? Yep. Well, you could have stayed in that lane if you're going to continue going the same damn speed as them. Why did you get out of that lane if you're going to go the same damn speed? Jackass. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. If I had to guess, woman. But I'm not sure. Now they're speeding up. They're speed matching me. They're sitting at the back of my trailer speed matching me. Nope, now they're starting to pass me.
There are police reported ahead.
Why are you four-wheelers stacking in front of me and slowing down? I would say it was because of the cop, but they were doing it before the cop. The jackass in the Mercedes slowed, that's over in the right lane, slowed way down whenever we went past that cop. They're now about 500 feet behind me. They were passing me. They were halfway down my trailer when we went past that cop. Then they slowed way down. Now they're about 500 feet behind me. People are trying to get over to the right. Okay. Damn it. That left lane is ending. All right, I'm going to need to get around this truck. I can't loiter in this lane. I'm going to have to speed up and get around this truck. Man, the road is so much smoother now that I'm not hauling max weight. With that max weight, the trailer was bouncing and slamming really hard. I think I need to replace my shocks. It was bouncing and slamming so hard, I thought maybe one of my airbags or maybe all of my airbags were blown out. So, like, I got back there and was inspecting my airbags. I've inspected my airbags multiple times, and they're good. Fully aired up. Rock hard. I looked for bulges and stuff. Nope, they're in perfect working order. I think it's just my shocks are completely gone. The shocks have probably never been replaced on this truck. This truck's like 10 years old. So I was just watching idiots behind me. This person passing me right now just passed a whole line of cars on the right and then cut in between them at the last second, almost rear-ended me. All right, catching up with a slow flatbed. Looks like there might be a gap in between, not this car, but the next car. Oh, that worked out well. I didn't have to slow down at all. All right. You know the good thing about driving in like really bad traffic and driving around idiots is that the time flies. Like I'm 2 hours away from my fuel stop. I've already been driving for like 6 hours. So yeah, time flies. When you got a lot of stuff going on. And listening to podcasts makes time fly as well. Like whenever I'm not making videos, I'll usually listen to videos. Mainly like world news type stuff and aliens and cryptids and UFOs, all those things, conspiracy theory stuff. All right, 111 miles. It's an hour and 51 minutes, and I have 2 hours and 12 minutes left on my drive time. Plenty of time. 21 minutes. Get in there and take a shower and then drive 2 to 3 more hours. When I top off fuel, I'll have to double check and make sure that I can make it down where I'm planning on parking at. Because if I can't, if I don't have enough hours on my clock to make it down there, then that's going to change all my plans. But I think it's only maybe 2 hours. Oh, man, you know what I just thought? This is my 8-hour clock. I'm only going to have like an hour and a half left. I know it was cutting it close. It was like 520 miles from the tire place. We're about to cross into Alabama. Way station in 2 miles. So I want to say that the place I plan on parking for my 34 is 520 miles from Sumter, the tire place. So on a 60 mile per hour average, and I had 9 hours of total time left. 9 times 6 is 54. So it was going to be cutting it really close on my clock. But that's just drive. It's going to take 9 hours of drive time. Whenever I started my day, I had like 9.5 hours. I think after I made the delivery, I had 9.5 hours left on my 70. So it should only be about 100 miles from Montgomery to the place where I'm planning on parking. Because I think it was 420 miles to Montgomery, and it's 520 miles total. DriveWise just told me to follow the road signs. And there are no signs. Is a way station under construction or something? There are no signs saying if it's open or closed or bypass or not to bypass. So I'm just going to have to go in. Like, none of their signs are working. They're supposed to have arrows right there that tell you, like, which side to go. Like, none of their shit is working. All of their stuff is off. And I see a lot of trucks just blowing past the weigh station, and this weigh station is not in the pre-pass system. You have to follow the signs out there, and the signs aren't working. So if the signs aren't working, it doesn't say that it's closed, then you need to pull in. And all these people are just blowing past the weigh station.
Continue on I-85 south for 35 miles.
Great. Now I'm just merged into a pack of slow vehicles. And I think this flatbed is somebody I just passed a few minutes ago. We're just going to stay out and pass Pascal truck lines, because I'm only doing 70 and see how fast I'm catching up with them. We're going to speed up like 73 and get around them a little bit faster. They're a 65 truck. They've got to be going 65 or lower for me to be flying by them this fast. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with their computer system at that weigh station, but none of their signs out alongside the road. For those of you who you're not truckers, at some of these weigh stations, they have signs that say truck go into weigh station or truck bypass weigh station. And this is one of those places that had those signs. So whenever they're closed, they'll just throw those signs onto permanently like truck bypass weigh station. Well, their signs weren't working. So they didn't have a normal open closed sign because they used those signs to tell people when it's open or closed. And then when you get into the weigh station, they have a weigh-in motion scale on the interstate to get a rough idea of what your weight is. And then they have a second weigh-in motion scale at the weigh station on the off-ramp. And that one gets a slightly more accurate weight. And then you get an arrow that tells you whether to go into the bypass lane or to go across their more accurate scales. And those arrows were also not working. So it seemed like their entire computer system was offline. Maybe maybe their computer system got hacked or something. Because these way stations are very, very like computerized. They have these little programs, these bots that make suggestions on who to inspect. They have all kinds of camera equipment. They have thermal cameras, all kinds of stuff. And if your tires are really hot, if they read, things really hot, then that's an indication that you have like a brake failure or a flat tire or something like that. So they read temperatures all around your truck, and they use those temperatures to guess if you might have a flat tire or a brake failure or something like that. And then the computer runs all of your information and like gives a likely chance on whether or not you're going to pass or fail an inspection. And if you're like high risk, the computer will recommend that you be inspected, and it'll give the reasons why to the way station person. And while I was in there in the way station, the Tennessee DOT officer was explaining this to me. He was hitting the like pass button on several vehicles. Like the system was recommending inspections for almost every truck that came through there. And he was saying no inspection, and he was like denying the inspections. My throat is so dry. I've got a splash of tropical punch in the bottom of the cup that I can't get with a straw, so I'm going to take the straw out, drink it straight out of the cup. Yeah, I need to Just a second. Catching up with a slow cement truck, and I'm watching the four-wheelers behind me. They didn't notice that I'm catching up with a slow vehicle. They didn't speed up. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Concrete mixer. But I am so incredibly happy with the tropical punch. The tropical punch that I brought with me has, oh my goodness, that's been so amazing. Something else that I'm going to look into for bringing with me out over the road, I'm going to look into powdered milk. Whenever I was researching the possibility of the boat life dream, buying my 34-foot yacht, sounds a lot, it sounds expensive. It sounds like something some rich asshole would have when you use the term yacht. Boat sounds more my style. My 34-foot boat, when I was researching that, I was expecting to be out for like 3 to 6 months at a time. 3 to 6 months without going to shore or without going to town to like stock up. And I love milk. Oh my goodness, I love milk. And milk's only good for a couple weeks. And I was like, well, what am I going to do for milk for 3 to 6 months? So I started looking into powdered milk. And from what I found, there is no powdered milk that tastes like real milk. There's just powdered milk that tastes close to real milk, and powdered milk that tastes less close to real milk. I have no idea what modern powdered milk tastes like. The last time I had powdered milk was when I was a little kid. We would get, what were they called? I grew up really poor, and I'm Native American. I'm Cherokee. So we were on food stamps. We were on Section 8 housing. We were on everything. And on top of all of that social welfare, we were also on Cherokee welfare. They have, what in the hell is it called? You can go like once a month, and they will fill up boxes of generic crap. It's like generic, it's not even generic brand. There's no branding to it whatsoever. I remember what they call it. They called it commodities. And I'm not sure what the requirement was to pick up commodities. I don't know if you had to be low income or if it's just something that every Native American can do, like every Cherokee person can do it. I don't know what the requirement was. But we would go up there and get like a carload of groceries, commodities every month. And it was all things that had long shelf life. It was, a lot of canned meat, canned fruit, boxes of cereal that was absolutely disgusting. And none of this stuff had any kind of branding on it. It just said like canned meat, canned pork, or brand cereal. It just had a description on the box or on the can of what it was. You know what? I'm going to look up what the requirement is for commodities. Do you have to be low income? I would qualify. I am low income. I am ultra low income because I just make enough money to pay my bills. So, like, my taxable income is almost zero because I write everything off. So I would bet you money that I could qualify for food stamps. I would be willing to bet money I could qualify for food stamps off my income. But I have no idea what the requirement is to get any kind of social welfare system thing. I grew up on that as a kid, but as an adult, I've never been on any form of social system. Because I'm not a lazy piece of shit like my parents. My mom wasted so much taxpayer money. She would she went to all kinds of training things that the taxpayer paid for, beauty college where she learned how to cut hair and stuff like that. Never never worked a day in her, well, I won't say she never worked a day in her life. When she was young, between the age of like 18 and 20, she had a couple of jobs. But after that, never worked a day in her life. Once she first got on welfare, that was it. She was on welfare the rest of her life. And she was on all the welfare. She is what I would classify a professional welfare person. Looks like we're about to get a lot of rain. Already starting to get a couple of drops. Got to be really careful because you never know how these cars are going to act. Some people just slam on their brakes when it starts raining. Let's tap our brakes, turn our cruise off because it looks like it's going to start raining pretty hard. Oh, it looks like it's clearing up. It looks like clear skies up ahead. So we're just going to get enough rain to clean the windows off, and then we're going to be good to go. Yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about. That was perfect. Oh my goodness. They have a lane closure on the other side of the interstate, and it is backed up forever. This person is backing up to take the exit. Just a second here. We got this tiny little Honda hatchback thing that is going slow in the left lane, but it's speeding up to try to keep me from passing. But yeah, with food prices the way they are, I'm just sitting here thinking, damn, those commodities are sounding mighty good. Just all that canned meat. Like, that thing of commodities is probably worth several $100s. It's probably several $100s worth of food. Great, great. Now I've got slow vehicles driving side by side. I hope you dumbasses take this exit. Nope. Son of a... I just got a text message. Hi, Daniel. Good afternoon. From some number I don't recognize. So it's most likely some Landstar agent trying to get me to take a load. Traffic is jamming around me because of these slow vehicles blocking the road. And this pickup alongside of me is just being really nice and trying not to tailgate that slow Honda. But you're going to have to get up there and tailgate that Honda to get it out of the way. That person is a zombie. They are just living La Vida Loca out there in that left lane. You're going to have to tailgate them to get them to move out of that left lane. There is just a line of sons of bitches in both lanes behind me because of these assholes. I managed to squeeze in, and that pickup right there, the Ram Jackson, Probably a Ram dealership out of Jackson, some town named Jackson. Holy shit. This slow Honda is swerving all over the place. All right, I'm going to speed up and fly around this slow Honda. They've sped up dramatically. They were just going extremely slow and swerving all over the road. And now they're going really fast. Now they've slowed back down. This second here, this Honda is taking a tremendous amount of focus. It's a girl. She's like playing with her hair and shit. I think she might be inebriated. Yep, she just swerved over and almost hit that truck. She keeps playing with her face or her hair or something. Oh my goodness, I am just jammed in here. This girl and this Honda hatchback is just causing a huge traffic jam. Somebody needs to call the cops on her. She's inebriated. She finally moved over to the right lane in front of this truck. But now I'm jammed in here. Well, the truck in the left lane is slow, so I have an opening to get out and around. And now we've got the inebriated girl in front of us. She's still swerving all over the road. There she goes to the shoulder. And here she comes back. Now she's over in the left lane. She's got to be drunk. Swerving all over the road like this. She's driving down the middle of the road. Now she's back over in the right lane. And now she was going really slow. Now that cars have caught up with her, she's sped up. This is what inebriated drivers do. She is driving exactly like an inebriated driver. All right, so now I've got this truck in front of me that's going to be pushing her. So that truck should keep her away from me. I wish somebody called the cops on her.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-85 South.
All right, let's... Nope, it's not somebody that I don't know that was messaging me.
Keep left to stay on I-85 South.
It's somebody with this load asking me when my 34 is going to be up.
Continue on I-85 South for 67 miles.
All right, we got somebody on the shoulder up ahead. And I have a lot of cars around me. It looks like they've got their damn door open. I want to move over, but nope, there's two cars. That's not a door. There's a second car. And I don't want to create a more dangerous situation by trying to change lanes with all these four-wheelers. Great. This asshole. I don't know if somebody, like, what's going on with this person that just passed me? They just slowed down to 65. Is it because it's raining? Or is there somebody in front of them? Trying to keep an eye on all the cars around me, but I'm also trying to keep an eye on the drunk girl. She is just changed lanes to the left lane. She's passing. She was in the right lane and she just changed lanes over to the left to pass. Yeah, that's really smart. But, you know, she is driving inebriated, so she's probably not that bright. I think this is the truck that just passed me a few minutes ago. And now I'm catching back up with it. Might be another truck. I don't know why. I think it's the truck that passed me a few minutes ago. Could be another truck, though. I don't know why the truck that passed me would slow down. Some people, whenever they get into like a construction area or, you know, rain or some type of weather or something, and they slow down because of that. Some people, it takes them a while to get back up to speed, to get like, I don't know, to realize that it's over with and they can go normal speed now. So maybe they slowed down because of the rain and they just haven't gotten back up to speed yet. Looks like a concrete mixer merging on. I've got a pickup slow passing me right now. And traffic is getting stacked. Concrete mixer is moving pretty good. And the pickup is finally making it all around me. I have lost track of the drunk girl. I don't know if she exited or if she's up in front somewhere. All right, a lot of people are exiting right here. The drunk girl just exited. Looks like she's turning to the right. So that should be the end of her. Shouldn't have to deal with her anymore. A second here. Trying to get over the right lane, but there's a Toyota pickup that just merged on and it's sitting alongside me. Okay, it's going to speed up and get in front of me. Or not. It's just going to like speed match me. It's just trying to block me from passing. No, it's not a Toyota, it's a Chevy Colorado. It just kept speeding up enough to keep me from passing it. So I had to slow down to get in behind it.
There are police reported ahead.
He pulled out his radar gun and pointed it right at me. He wasn't checking the speeds of the cars in front of me. He pulled it out and pointed it like right at me. Asshole. 59 miles. So 59 minutes, and I have an hour and 27 minutes left on my clock. This has not been a fun drive. It's gone by really fast because of the heavy traffic and all the drama. These fucking cars, man. They just get alongside me and they just slow down once they're alongside of me. Now he's taking off again. But yeah, it's the traffic has really sucked. This has been a fairly stressful drive, but it makes the time fly whenever you're dealing with this crap. The drive shift goes by very quickly whenever you're driving in this kind of crap. And this is just normal East Coast. This is the reason I do not like driving on the East Coast, because it's just really heavy traffic all the time on the interstates. Is this car going to make it past me by the time I catch up with a slow car? This is like the story of my life. Now they're fucking calling me. I don't answer my phone. I don't text while I'm driving. All right, when is my 34 going to be over? Whenever I get to my fuel stop, I'll send them a text message. So it's going to be, today's Friday, right? Or is today Thursday? I think today's Thursday. Yeah, today's Thursday. And it is 1:50 something p.m. Okay, we're back on Central Time. It's 1:58 p.m. Central Time. So it's 2 p.m. I'm an hour away from the fuel stop. So that'll be 3 p.m. plus an hour to shower, 4 p.m. So it'll be like 6 p.m. at the earliest, maybe 7 p.m. Probably be about 7 p.m. is when I'm going to start my 34. So that's 7 to 7 plus 10. It'll be about 5 a.m. Saturday morning. I cannot stand pushy agents, pushy support personnel that like email, text, call, and then just constantly call. I'm pretty sure it's Natalia. Or maybe it's some new person at the Landstar agency that I haven't dealt with before. Because I've got Tony's number saved. I've got Caitlin's number saved. Actually, I don't have Caitlin's number saved. But it pops up with her face on the text message whenever she messages me. It tells me who it is when she calls. And this doesn't tell me who it is. It just gives me a phone number. And it's the same area code Tony calls from. And I don't have Natalia's number saved. She's texted me several times, but I don't have her number saved. I need to save, the only number I've saved is Tony's. I need to save Natalia's and Caitlin's numbers so I know who it is when they're texting and calling me. Because I generally do not answer the phone unless I know who's calling. And I wish there was an option on Do Not Disturb to only allow like certain phone calls through. Like if something comes in from this number or like this group of numbers, then let it ring through. Because I have to go on Do Not Disturb whenever I sleep because I have so many agents messaging me and texting me and calling me. And then all the spam phone calls that everybody gets. Hey, I just noticed your house and I was wanting to buy a house in that area. Are you interested in selling? I get those text messages constantly. And then just generic spam phone calls. And I used to get a lot of phone calls and text messages for people trying to collect debts from some girl named Keisha Jacobs. She gave my phone number to everybody. I've even gotten phone numbers from guys wanting to hook up with her, and they think I'm her boyfriend or something, and I'm not like giving her the phone. Like I've had guys want to meet up and fight with me because I wouldn't give the phone to Keisha. I'm just like, oh my God, man. You are dumb. But I've started reporting all of the numbers that the debt collectors call me from and text me from. I've started reporting all of those as spam. And the number of calls and texts I get from debt collectors for Keisha has dropped dramatically since I started reporting all that crap as spam. They don't have very long left in the day. They're probably trying to figure out what to do. For a load for me. Around 7 a.m. Saturday morning. Around 7 a.m. Saturday morning. Probably going to be closer to 5 a.m., but I want to give myself a little bit of wiggle room. Watch it be exactly 7 a.m. Saturday morning when it ends. All my wiggle room is gone. The other thing that they're probably not going to account for is that I can't drive all the way to the pickup location. I don't have enough time in my 70. So they're probably going to give me some load to pick up Saturday morning in Addis, and I'm not going to be able to make it to Addis until Saturday afternoon. I'm probably still going to be like 400 miles away from Addis. So I'm going to have like almost an entire drive shift to get to Addis. So there's probably going to be drama on my next load. And I really like, I wish they would just get me back over by my house. That's what I wish they would do. But my favorite load that I've done so far has been the Texarkana to Morrison, Tennessee. There's some nice parking spots, some nice truck stops. The fuel is the cheapest there. That TA just north of Texarkana, just northeast of Texarkana, is the cheapest fuel I've run across over here. And it's really easy in and out at Texarkana. And also Morrison. But I'm trying to avoid telling them what I like and don't like, and they don't want to hear that crap. They have shit that they need to move, and they don't want to have to they have all kinds of criteria they're trying to figure out and meet, and which driver can move this load and stuff like that. They don't want to deal with another list of criteria of what Daniel likes and doesn't like. So I try not to tell them what I like or don't like unless it's a really big deal. Like if they try to give me another load to Sumter, I would tell them no. Like I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty close to the point where I would just tell them no. I'm not dealing with Sumter because it cost me a lot of money to take that load to Sumter because of all of the scheduling issues where they're only open for like 8 hours out of the day for receiving, and then they have me drive around on their parking lot for 2 hours doing stupid crap. It just wastes a tremendous amount of my time. How much do I make when I'm driving per hour? Let's do how much I make gross at a 60 mile per hour average, $2.38 a mile. So that's 60 times 2.38. So that's $120. And then what's 60 times 0.38? All right, so that's I think it's like $22. Wait a second. Trying to do this in my head. Carry this over here and do that. It'd be a whole lot easier if I could write it down. Um, yeah, I think it's $22.40. Somewhere in that area. So it's like $142, somewhere around $140 an hour. Whenever I'm driving the truck, I'm making somewhere in the ballpark of $140 an hour gross to the truck. So I get really upset when I'm doing something that does not involve driving the truck down the road because I don't get paid a penny for that. And I'm making $140 an hour when I'm driving the truck down the road. So sitting there for 24 hours to get loaded in Ovenhigh, really upset about that. And then how long was I at the delivery? How much time did I waste at the delivery? I wasted 24 hours at the pickup, almost 24 hours. I left at about, it was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon the previous day. So it was like 21, 22 hours that I wasted on picking the load up because it's a live load, and I had to sit there and actively help load the trailer. They gave me a walkie-talkie and had me, drive forward and backward to line up the trailer with the thing that was dumping the stuff into it. So it wasn't just sitting around waiting on a trailer. It was like 3 hours of me moving the trailer around while they loaded it. I was helping with the load. The loading took about 3 hours. And then on the delivery, I got there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They stopped receiving at 3, and I went back over there at 7:30. And I got out of there at like 9 or 9:30 a.m. I'm not sure what exact time I left. I think it was around 9:30 because I had to park. Even after I left, I had to park outside their gate and close those chutes or whatever underneath the trailer. I was out there for like 15 minutes doing that. Just a second. Four-wheelers are stacking in front of me, slowing down. They're passing me, and then getting behind slower vehicles and slowing down. Like, why in the fuck are you passing me just so you can get in front of me and go slower than me? I'm waiting for an opening to get over to the damn left lane. Like, why in the fuck are you guys? And now the cars to the left of me are all slowing down. Like, why are you all slowing down? Oh my God. Like, why did all these cars just slow down? The right lane's going slow, and all the cars passing me just passed me and then just started slowing down. They just started going slow. Now everybody's speeding up. We slowed all the way down to 40 miles an hour. Out of the blue, for no reason at all. They all just slowed down to 40 miles an hour. So that was 12 hours plus 5.5. We'll say 9:30 is when I got out of there. 17 and a half hours. So I wasted like 21, 22 hours on the pickup and about 17 hours on the delivery. Day and a half, 2 days wasted on the pickup and delivery of these, of Oven High and this place, because Oven High has this ridiculous process for loading trailers. And then Continental and Sumter has this tiny little window that they receive in, and then they have these stupid processes and procedures that you have to go through. They take a long time. These cars want to go slow, but they also don't want me to pass. So I intentionally stayed out there in the left lane to make sure that they were going to stay at this speed before I moved in behind them. If I would have moved in behind them really quick, then they would have felt comfortable just slowing down as soon as I got behind them. But because they sit there going fast with me out in the left lane, they were intentionally blocking me. That's going to make a mental image in them of, well, I kept that person from passing. So now I have to go this speed. And now they're maintaining that speed. If I would have dipped in behind them, immediately after passing, then they would have been like, oh, they're just behind me. They can go whatever speed I'm going. All right, the slow vehicle in front is exiting. Yeah, I'm really ticked off on the 1,000 miles I'm going to be missing out on this week. I'm going to probably be venting about that for a few days. And I'm trying to remember what time I arrived at that Continental. I think it was a Continental tire in Mount Vernon. I'm trying to remember what time I arrived there. Ooh, buddy, they got something poking out the back of their trailer. Their load shifted, and whatever was in their trailer had broken their door and was sticking out the back of their trailer. Looked like some piece of machinery. So they didn't secure their load, or it was a preloaded trailer and the customer didn't secure the load. I don't know how they're going to fix that situation. If I had to do it, I would probably find some way to do it with my ratchet straps. Or I might be able to use, I don't have a pry bar. I have like a nail puller thing, and I have a hammer, a claw hammer. So I don't have a pry bar that I could really use to like try to push, stick the pry bar underneath it and then pull up on it to get it to, push something in a direction. So what I'd probably do is try to figure out some way of using straps to wrap straps around it and then just cinch down on the straps and use the straps like a winch. Ideally, there'd be another piece of equipment in there that I could put the straps around to use, because the E-tracks on these trailers, they are not like very load bearing. If you just like snapped these straps into the E-tracks and then tried to use them as a winch to move some heavy piece of equipment, it'd probably rip the E-track out of the wall. And if it was light enough that you could winch it using the E-tracks in the walls, then you could probably just push it. the floors of these trailers are fairly, even surfaces, so, and they're fairly smooth surfaces, so it's not too difficult to slide stuff on them unless it's really heavy. Like, I've slid 1,000-pound pallets before, but I've had things in there that were like those hazardous waste totes. I probably shouldn't have had my hand where I had it when I went across that camera. I have my hand, my elbow is on the armrest on the door. My left hand, my left elbow is on the armrest of the door, and then I have my hand up next to my chin, and I have my left index finger like curled, and it's poking into my left cheek. I'm holding my arm in place by just pressing my finger into my cheek. And to one of these cameras with these LLMs, these large language models they call AI, it might predict that I'm using a phone because my hand is in a similar position that you would have your hand in if you were holding a phone against your ear. Man, it is such a smoother ride not having that max weight load. The suspension actually works without that max weight load on here. With that max weight load, it was just, man, it was slamming down onto, like it was bouncing up and then slamming down onto like metal. Like the suspension was hitting bottom with that max weight load, and it was just slamming down on like some kind of metal support. And man, it was hitting hard. There was all the crap in the sleeper was all over the place. My Xbox came out of the shelf and fell on the floor. I hope it still works. What we got going on over here? Looks like we got an accident in the median. Some work truck just drove off into the median. Lane closure because of it. Accident in the median. Looks like they're trying to winch him out. Left lane's probably closed. All right, let's go ahead and grab the left lane before we catch up a lawnmower man. 18 miles. That lawnmower costs more than that pickup. He had a bad boy riding lawnmower that was one of those handle turn lawnmowers, not a steering wheel. That lawnmower probably cost like $4,000 would be my guess. Maybe more. And I doubt that pickup is worth that much. That's the type of person I want mowing my lawn. The guy that mows my lawn is from Guatemala. And he's really good. He's consistent. And I've never really had a problem with him. Why in the hell does this SUV keep passing me and then getting behind slow vehicles and just sitting behind them? Then I have to pass them. They were just sitting behind Lawnmower Man, flew around me, and then they get behind this guy and just sit behind him. And now this asshole's speeding up, trying not to let me pass. Now he's slowing back down. Looks like he's just going to play games with me, and I'm going to end up rubbing him off on this slow vehicle up ahead. I don't really want to block the lane that long, but if you're going to force me to. All right, yeah, he's just jamming me out here in this left lane. So I'm going to speed up and get past this dumbass because now I've gotten close to the next slow vehicle. By the time I change lanes, I'll need to get back changing lanes again to pass this slow vehicle. I hate people. I hate people. That is not abnormal behavior right there. People speeding up on me and jamming me into the left lane. People trying to block me from passing them. Treating it like it's some kind of line and I'm cutting in line or something. People need to have like therapy or something about driving. Once I fuel up, I was about to say traffic should be a lot better. This lane is going exit only, and I don't know if this pickup needs to take the exit or not. It's going really slow. I don't want to jam it into that lane, but I also am not aware if it needs to take the exit or not. Looks like it's taking the exit. So I'm trying to get out of this lane, but there's a four-wheeler just speed matching me. I slowed down from 70 to 60 and it slowed down with me. It's a woman. Women, you are doing very bad today. Like almost every idiot I've encountered today has been female. And that license plate looks familiar. Like she's done some stupid shit before. Saffron, a black SUV with a custom plate, that looks really familiar. Oh, she almost hit a car. Just drifting into another lane. She's trying to get in that left lane. She just keeps drifting over there. She's almost hit several vehicles drifting. All right. Traffic is congesting behind a slow vehicle in front of me. And I'm going to get around that vehicle. We're getting close to the fuel stop. Eight miles to go.
There are police reported ahead.
Google says there are police reported ahead, which means that people are probably going to slow way down in a second. See a lot of brake lights around this turn. Traffic looks pretty nice in front of this congestion. I'm just stuck in a pack of cars right now. This congestion has basically started from that slow vehicle I passed a minute ago. All right, people just slowed way down because of the turn, I'm guessing. Oh, sweet. Pickup in front of me left. Now this pickup's going to cut me off. Pickup with a trailer. There's too much room in front of me. All right. Interstate 65 in the 2 right lanes. And that's where I want to be.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take exit O for I-65 south toward Mobile. In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to take exit O for I-65 south toward Mobile.
And we have got some slow fuckers in this lane.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit O. Then you'll use the left 2 lanes to take the I-65 south ramp to Mobile.
I don't want to be passing people in an exit lane. What is this person doing? This truck in front of me just turned their right turn signal on.
I-65 south ramp.
Did they miss their exit? Did they need to take...
I-65 south for 3 miles.
Like, they turned on their turn signal, like they were going to get into that exit lane right there, and then some cars flew by them really fast, and then they just turned their signal off. Now I'm jammed in with these slow fuckers. This container driver is trying to get over to the right, so I'm going to slow down and let them over. They might need to take that exit.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 168 for US 80 East, US 82 East.
My God, man, I'm just stuck behind the slowest sons of bitches in Alabama. Doing 45 miles an hour down the interstate. But I've got an exit in 1.5 miles. Oh my God, they are still doing 45 miles an hour down the damn interstate. This is some frustrating shit. But like, I don't want to go out and try to pass this entire pack. There's a line of people going slow in front of me. All right, we just going down that hill, we got up to speed.
Use the right two lanes to take exit 168 for
Now we're up to like 60.
US 82 East. Use the right two lanes to take exit 168. At the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto US 82 East, West-South Boulevard.
All right, we're getting there. So, fuel, I already sent the text message to whoever in the hell at the Landstar agency is wanting to know when my 34 is over. Now that they know that my 34 is not going to be over until Saturday morning, then they're probably like, oh, we'll deal with it tomorrow. They were probably thinking my 34 was going to be over tomorrow afternoon sometime, or maybe even tomorrow morning, but I haven't even started it yet.
In 1,000 feet, turn left into the parking lot.
So now I need to get over in the left lane, which is going to be really hard to do because I need to get over there really fast. Got about 1,000 feet. Maybe a quarter of a mile to get over to the left lane. So I'm basically just going to have to go really slow and let everybody clear out. And here's a four-wheeler trying to fly up and block me from moving over.
At the light, turn left into the parking lot.
As soon as I put on my signal, that four-wheeler floored it. That little black Altima right there. Damn, there's some ruts in this road. Lots of open, lots of open fuel islands, but I hope they're working because it looks like one of them that I see is open has some trash cans in front of it, so it's not working. Looks like the other ones are working. I guess I can double check fuel price while I'm sitting here waiting. Oh man, I might have to double check that. It looks like it's $4.05 a gallon. Did fuel drop dramatically? I got some big ass holes in here. Oh my goodness, damn, this big ass hole.
destination is on the left.
All right, let's get on to on-duty fueling. Yeah, 405. It was 421 when I fueled up here on the way in. So my it's 516 910. So it's 517 plus 6, so it's 523 pump price. If you're paying with a credit card, 523, 80 cents a gallon and 6 tenths. Landstar discount, and then 31 and 0 tenths, 31 and 0 tenths, so 31 cents even on state fuel tax. So it looks like the Landstar discount is the same. It looks like the pump price went down, if I had to guess. But yeah, it was 421 my price. My price was $4.21 a gallon when I fueled up here on the way to Columbus, or Sumter, South Carolina. I don't even know why I bother using TA's Pump Smart. I still have to put in my driver's license number and fill out a whole bunch of questions. I love Pilot Flying J's. You just like click it and punch in your number, and you don't have to like put in hardly anything. I don't think you have to put anything at all. You do all your options on the phone. It's all pre-selected. It is amazing. All right, be back in a minute. 139 gallons. I had to go inside because the L button doesn't work on the pump. Great. Right when I go to pull out, we got a tanker backing in. Is it backing in? No, it's not. I don't know what in the hell that tanker's doing. Hold off, KLLM. All right, we got this big ass hole we got to go through. Alright, now let's get backed in here. I don't like just trusting the line. I like to be able to see, because the line is not always correct. Sometimes these lines are crooked, sometimes they're too close, and it looks like the dumbass next to me is parked across the line. I should have parked a little bit further over. Alright, let's go into the sleeper berth, and I'm going to go take a shower. It is, what time is it? Where's my Where's my clock? Where's my watch? Where's my phone? 3:05 p.m. 3:05 p.m. So I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll be back in a minute. Hello again. Shower's done. Just about to start rolling. And just trying to make sure I'm not forgetting something. Let me make sure I close the drawers all the way from getting my clothes out, because those things will, if I don't lock them in, they'll slide out and the whole drawer will fly out. And it'll be quite the mess to clean up. Dude, a second here. I'm getting my phone paired back up so I can hear Google telling me 1,500 times to not exit the interstate. All right, so we've got some genius parked alongside the TA alongside the shop building, and that's going to make this right-hand turn pretty tight. And I remember that going down that way to go out the exit is extremely rough. There is a massive pothole down that direction. So I don't think I'm going to fight with it to go this direction. I'm going to cut around to the left. We got somebody about as crippled as my ass is trying to make their way across the parking lot, and I'm rushing them. He was like, I'll let you go. I was like, no, I'm going that way. You keep rolling. Because I'm trying to avoid all these big-ass potholes and shit.
At the next light, turn right.
The two TA girls are sitting there looking at me and just amazed that I was going this direction, apparently. I'm not sure why it's so amazing.
Then you use the left two lanes to turn left onto the I-65
This is an entrance
US 80 West ramp to Selma Mobile.
and an exit. We just got the green light. Yeah, buddy. All right, so the place I'm headed is only 100 miles away, 99 miles. And there is tons of parking down in that area. So there's 3 mom and pop truck stops at the place where I'm going to stop at. And then at like the next exit, there is, well, maybe not very far away, like 5 miles south, 5 miles further, there is a casino with a really big parking lot.
Use the left two lanes to turn left onto the I-65 South ramp.
Yeah, this trailer's brakes are a little bit annoying. Some pretty tight brakes. What's she doing? And the homeless people here are aggressive as hell. There's some, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but they are like walking down and like staring you down. They're like walking down the, she's like walking down in between the cars in the roadway and like looking in your window and staring at you and then showing her sign to you. Like, I'm about one paycheck away from taking your spot from you. I don't give money to people anymore. I don't tip anymore.
I-65 south for 98 miles.
None of that stuff. Been taken advantage of too many times. Gotten too tired of playing those games and perpetuating those systems. There is some jackass. What in the shit is this four-wheeler behind me doing? There's a four-wheeler behind me that was just sitting behind me. And I thought, oh, this person's being cool. They're not going to, pass me in the lane that I need to get into. And then I started to change lanes, and they whipped out from behind me and got mad. They like started trying to pass me in the lane I was moving to and got mad. And then jerked back over and started passing me on the right. It's like, I thought they were being nice, but they were just not paying attention. There was something I was thinking about in the shower that I was going to talk about whenever I got back out here, and I completely forgot what in the hell I was going to talk about. There are a lot of signs blown down. I'm not sure if there was like a high wind event or a hurricane, tornado, but I've seen like a lot of signs and trees blown down in this whole region. There was a section on the interstate. I don't think I ended up uploading that video. There was a driving video. I drove through an area and the trees on both sides of the interstate and across the median. This was a section of road that had trees in the median. All of the trees were like snapped over. You could see like the path of the tornado or wind gust or whatever it was that ripped through there. Yeah, I'm just about out of milk. I got about a half a gallon left, and it expires like today. You can still drink milk after the expiration if you keep it cold. And even after it starts smelling a little weird, you can still drink it. I don't like to drink it once it starts smelling weird, but it's still safe to drink when it starts smelling weird. But I need to look into powdered milk. I think I need to just buy some and test it. But last time I was looking into it, powdered milk was like more expensive than regular milk. I guess it depends on where you live, because I've been to Walmarts where milk is like $4 a gallon. In Oklahoma City, milk is like $2.50 a gallon. And I think that the powdered milk is roughly somewhere in the area of $5 per gallon. So I guess it can save you a little bit of money if you're, comparing it to $8 a gallon truck stop prices. But it's not so much about saving you money as it is about having milk available. Like, just to have basically an unlimited supply of milk in the truck would be amazing. Because right now, I basically have an unlimited supply of Hawaiian or tropical punch. The two canisters of water I brought with me they're 7 gallons apiece. So that's 14 gallons. And I brought two canisters of tropical punch. And each one of those is supposed to be 13 gallons. So I brought an extra one just in case I wanted to mix it heavy. Because when I was testing out that tropical punch, I noticed that there was a huge difference in flavor whenever you mixed it light versus mixed it heavy. If you don't put enough in there, then it just doesn't taste very good. But if you put the right amount in there, it's awesome. I wish I could remember what in the hell I wanted to talk about. And I also should have checked the news, but I had so much stuff that I was trying to do, I forgot a whole bunch of stuff. I was like, I just need to hurry up and get down there and get parked. I've got 2 hours and 22 minutes left on my 70-hour clock, and I'm 88 miles away from the parking area. What time is it? It is 4:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We just left Montgomery, Alabama. I should be getting there at about 6 p.m. So I'm running about an hour ahead of my schedule and about 3 hours ahead of my conservative estimate. My conservative estimate that I gave the agent had me being my 34 being over at 7 a.m. Saturday morning. That would be me starting my 34 at 9 p.m. tonight. And you know what? I've had so many delays that honestly, I could probably just run on recaps. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to regain. Let me try to remember. When did my 34? I started running at 10 p.m. on Thursday. So, no, I can't, I haven't run on recaps in so long that I can't even remember how to calculate recaps. I cannot remember if it is your 8th day. Like, okay, so tomorrow is so I started driving at 10 p.m. last Thursday. So do you recover hours from the 8th day or the 7th day? So on Friday, tomorrow, it has to be the 8th day. Otherwise, I would have recovered 2 hours today, and I did not recover. So it's the 8th day. That's the reason you have to have the 8-day log. So on Friday, tomorrow, I will only recover 2 hours or recapture 2 hours from the previous Thursday. So it wouldn't be worth it to run on recaps. I would just be able to drive for 2 hours tomorrow, and then I would start running into bottlenecks. I hope there's good internet. If there is not good cellular signal, like right now, I had a perfect cellular signal It's going down now. Now it's back to perfect. I think that's the cell tower up on the left. No, there's several tall towers. Yeah, those might be cell towers. There's like 3 towers right over there on the left. They're spread out pretty far apart. I think those are probably cellular towers. Yeah, hopefully I have a really good cell signal. If I don't have a good cell signal at these mom and pop truck stops, then I might drive down to the casino and see what I get there. We're all fresh and clean. Now I just got to figure out what I'm going to eat. And I brought 2, what are they called? 2 liters of strawberry Fanta. Oh my goodness. Strawberry Fanta is son of a bitch. I don't know what just happened, but whatever I said, trick. All right, I thought I had all of the voice crap disabled on my phone and on the Google apps and everything. I have all of the like voice assist disabled, and it just like started talking to me. My phone just started talking to me, a male voice that I don't think I've ever heard before. So I have my next load. It's a preloaded trailer in Addis, Louisiana, going to Mount Vernon, Illinois. Mount Vernon, Illinois is another continental. And last time I went there, I'm pretty sure that it was during the daytime, during their like normal hours. So I'm going to have to check and see like what their receiving hours are. I don't mind Mount Vernon. My favorite is Morrison, Tennessee. That Texarkana to Morrison, Tennessee is awesome. I love that. But I'm not going to complain about Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon is pretty nice, except I don't think I'm going to be able to deliver that load until Monday at 7 a.m. or whatever. I'll call them. I remember Mount Vernon had that old woman in there that was just power tripping really hard. And she was not very pleasant. And whenever I was exiting, I pulled up to the line and she came flying out of there and being a drama queen like I was trying to steal something. And, and she's like, "Where are you going?" I was like, "I pulled up to the line right there." And she said, "No, that's for the other drivers. That's not for you." I was like, "Oh, my bad." She's like, "Yeah, you guys stop at the door so I can get your trailer number." Just a second here. This car that just pulled over in front of me slammed on their brakes. Raindrop hit my windshield. I got to drop 10 miles per hour. They slammed on their brakes right at the beginning of a damn hill. They slowed me down to 60 at the beginning of a hill. And you can tell that this is not going to get really bad because I can see for a long ways ahead of me. And it looks like it's partly cloudy ahead. So this is just going to last a few seconds. Let's get the windows nice and clean. Let's get our shirt hanging out the window. Get it cleaned off. But yeah, that Morrison, Tennessee load, that thing is pretty sweet. But we were talking about the Continental. Yeah, I suspect they're running the same hours as this Continental, but I just didn't encounter that problem last time. So I'm going to have to call them. But yeah, the security person was a pain in the ass. The receiving person was really cool at Continental in Mount Vernon. And I experienced the same thing here at the Continental in Sumter. The security people were power tripping, and the receiving people were just chill, laid back, really cool. But Morrison, I really, really like Morrison. I'm trying to remember Addis, Louisiana, the pickup in Addis, Louisiana. Okay, Addis, Louisiana is the place where the empty and loaded go into the same drop yard. It's at the second exit or the second entrance. And then the first entrance has the shipping receiving office. So you drop your empty, then you bobtail over to the shipping and receiving office and you check in there. But they're telling me it's a preloaded trailer. So the shipping and receiving office, I don't even know if they're going to be open. I think the bills might just be like attached to the trailer. I just pick up the trailer and take off. I don't know. I don't know what the process is for that. I'll figure it out whenever I get there. Look like chicken crates. That's what those look like that trailer's hauling. I think I've seen a video of them one time. They were doing an interview of somebody that raised chickens, and they were talking about how Walmart has monopolized the chicken industry, and like you just are forced to take whatever contract Walmart will give you, and Walmart gives really, really cheap contracts. So it's people who are raising chickens are struggling to make ends meet, and Walmart has really high expectations, and they pay really low. But, you know, that's what happens whenever you have a monopoly. They're able to manipulate their purchases. They have incredible purchasing power, so they can pay next to nothing to the businesses that they're buying from, and then they can charge whatever they want to the people that they're reselling to. And then they can pay their employees almost nothing. I mean, that's Walmart. That's their whole business model. We are extremely lucky right now that Walmart chooses to keep their prices low. And Walmart's prices aren't like incredibly low. I mean, they could be lower. They have pretty significant profit margin. But they could also increase the prices by a lot. But they keep the prices really low to put their competition out of business. Because if they raised their prices, they would have competitors coming into the market. I don't know. I like Walmart, but at the same time, it seems bad for the country. Walmart seems bad. I remember when I was a kid, Walmart was looked at as a really good job. Like if you could get on at Walmart, that was like a career. I remember one of my buddies in high school got a job as a manager at Walmart while he was in high school. While he was in high school, he was a manager at Walmart. I was like, are you kidding me? Like just to get a job at Walmart was a pretty big deal in the small town that I grew up in. But to be a manager at Walmart, oh my goodness. And he was just in high school and he was a damn manager. But Walmart does not have that level of prestige anymore. Now it's like you're kind of embarrassed to say if you work at Walmart. Back in the 90s, you were proud of working at Walmart. Like that was something to be proud of. But once they ran everybody out of business, I don't know what exactly changed. I don't know if like they just didn't raise their wages or they lowered their wages. One of the things that I heard about that they used to do that they changed is stock. Like they used to give employees stock. Like that was part of your compensation package was stock. And I heard that a lot of the old Walmart employees that were there in like the 80s, and I'm not sure when exactly Walmart started doing that, but the employees that were there in the early days, I heard that they were all millionaires off stock, even in the 90s. And that stock has gone up a lot since then. I heard they were millionaires back in the 90s. That's one of the things that gave Walmart so much prestige as a job was all the millionaires, all the employees that became millionaires off stock. I don't know if that's true. That's just the rumor I heard when I was a kid. I remember when I was on the Walmart dedicated run and I was having to sit around and wait to be unloaded. And I got to talking with the person that eventually finally got there to start unloading me, and he was a shift supervisor. Young kid, like 20 years old probably. And he was talking to me about quitting Walmart because all of his buddies are making more than him. All of his buddies are making, I can't remember what he told me he made. He was making like $18 an hour or something like that. And he was telling me that his buddies were all making like $23 an hour and they were making fun of him and stuff like that. They were all bragging. And I was like, yeah, but like, what kind of places are your buddies working at? And he told me, and I was like, well, do they have any upward mobility? Like, are they pretty much, they're done? Like, it doesn't sound to me like they have a whole lot of promotion possibility. It sounds like they're maxed out in that position. They're going to have to find a new job to go any higher. Whereas you're 20 years old and you're a manager at Walmart. Walmart has unlimited promotion capability or possibility. So I think you're in a better position than them. Now, right now, they may be making more than you, but you have much more upward potential than they have. So if I were in your position, I wouldn't worry about it that much. I think you're in a good spot, and I wouldn't quit. And he's like, yeah, you're right. His whole attitude changed after that. "56 miles, 1 hour and 54 minutes of drive time left." Thanks, comma. My 34 should be up around 7 a.m. Saturday, period. I'll have to drive to Addis from Mobile, Alabama. Hello?
Hey, Daniel, I'm sorry for the phone call. I'm just driving on the interstate to get pulled over today. So, that Addison, Tony did, your name, I forgot. Tony did tell that your, house is 7 a.m.
Just
My only option at the moment was to give you Bill Flax to Texarkana again, and I know you wanted something longer. So I got them to preload you a Mount Vernon, so that trailer's already loaded. So whenever you're able to make it from there, you can just go ahead and drop the swap and pick up your you're all good to go right now. And I believe at Mount Vernon, I believe you're 24/7. You can deliver over the weekend as well and get your trailer. But I'm not 100% sure, so I'm going to double check on that tomorrow before, or when I get there before I go home. So I just wanted to make sure you know that, though.
That it's 24/7 on the pick and the delivery, and
Yeah, it should be 24/7.
and the trailer's ready right now. Yeah, I'm still driving right now. I'll be stopping in Mobile, Alabama this evening. I should be ready to start rolling around 7 a.m. Saturday morning, and then I'll drive over to Addis and pick it up. I don't have a problem with, by the way, I don't have a problem with Texarkana loads. I'm not sure what Tony told you, but
he just told me that you liked longer, that you would prefer something longer.
well, what I told him was at the end of my 70 last week, when I only had like 5 hours left over, I told him that I would prefer to just stop and take my 34 rather than try to squeeze a load into that 5 hours, because I don't get paid. I don't get paid for dropping and hooking, so I don't want to just do a short little load just to squeeze something in. So that's I don't mind the short loads.
Okay.
And
Is there a reason we don't like Sumter?
I had a lot of issues with Sumter. I wasted a day on the pickup, the live load in Ivanhoe. I wasted a day on the delivery. They had a lot of process and procedure where I had to drive around for like 2 hours on the property to unload. And then when I took the trailer out, they didn't close 2 of the 3 dump valve things on the bottom, so I had to figure out how to close those things. I just had a lot of issues with Sumter. It was a pain in the butt to get in and out of that place, and I wasted a lot of time. On that load, I wasted about 2 days of drive time this week because of that load. So,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure no one was disrespectful or, I understand where it goes slow and that's just not the load for you. So I will do my best to try to avoid that one. That is the load that they gave me to give to you. And I told him, let's shake it up this time, because at first it was a Sumter that they already had preloaded. But on top of that, there's no empty trailers in Sumter, so you'll have to go from Sumter to Pendleton. And I asked him and told him, let's find him something else. He offered me Texarkana, and that's why I'll have to with the attitude. No matter what we do, like, I don't want you to be stuck sitting. You're a runner, so I want to make sure to give you something that'll keep you on the road.
yeah, I just don't want to like set for long periods waiting to pick up and deliver. That's my thing. As long as I can just keep going back and forth, really quick pickups and deliveries, I just, I get paid to drive. That's all I get paid to do.
Yes.
And by the way, the Morrison, Texarkana to Morrison, that's my favorite load so far. I love Morrison. The Morrison plant is awesome. So if that one ever pops up,
We've had no empties over there, so we've been scrambling on that side to get that taken care of. So you walked in and was kind of like a, you broker, we're going to make it happen one way or another. If there were a company driver, he'd be sitting there for 3 days. So,
oh, wow.
Which is not always fair, but brokers get it because we pay you the high dollars for a reason.
Oh.
Those are, we pay $5 for these loads to get taken care of for a reason. So that's why I want to make sure that no matter what, you're happy and content with what you're doing and not struggling in any way.
Yeah, we're all good. Everything's awesome.
Okay, well then that's all I needed, and you should be all good to go. And whenever you pick up, just make sure you check your trailer.
All right, thank you much.
All right, I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. All right, I'm not sure how much of that you could hear. I had her on speakerphone. That was Caitlin. So the very next load they were going to give me was to Sumter. So they were just about to turn me around and send me they were going to give me the exact same load that I just had. And because I said that I didn't like Sumter, she got me a different load. She got me that Mount Vernon load. And I think you heard my explanation to her on why I don't like Sumter. You know, I sat around for like 2 days on the pickup and delivery on that load. It just wasted like 2 days of my week. And they, you know, I've already said it to you. They had me driving around on the property for like 2 hours. And then I had to figure out how to close the valves on the bottom of the trailer because they left them open. And I hopefully cleared up the misunderstanding between Tony and her. I told her, like, what I tried to convey to Tony was that at the end of my clock last week, my 70-hour clock, I only had like 5 hours left. And I said that I would prefer
There are police reported ahead.
to just start my 70 rather than try to squeeze a load into that short little 5 hours. And I did squeeze in there that Morrison was my favorite load. And she said that right now the Morrison load is screwed up because they don't have enough empties at the tire plant in Morrison. And if I were a company driver, I would have had to sit and wait for 3 days for an empty. Which that shouldn't really be much of a problem anymore because now they have an extra empty in Morrison. Because I bobtailed out of there. They said they don't let company drivers bobtail like that. I'm not sure if you could hear what she was saying, but she said that they pay a lot of money for me to haul these loads. So every load that I haul is like a high priority load because they're paying what they refer to as a lot of money for these loads. I don't think they're paying a lot of money for these loads. But a lot of these companies have really skewed like ideas of what is good money and what's not good money. Like a lot of these customers and a lot of these brokers, they don't understand what's good money and bad money anymore. They're still living in 10 years ago. They think that like $250 a mile is awesome money, and it's not. Like expenses have gone up a lot. And this would be a really good paying load if the fuel prices were like pre-war. But with the fuel prices where they're at right now, this is a mediocre load at best. The only thing that makes this any good at all is the number of miles. Just I'm able to do like 3,000 plus miles a week. That's the only thing that makes this worth a damn. 41 miles to go. So they're saying that the trailer is ready right now, or it's going to be ready tomorrow morning or something. I think it's actually ready right now. So Addis, Louisiana is my favorite carbon plant to pick up from. It's the easiest one to get to. So that's pretty awesome. Villa La Platte is a pain in the ass to get to. And Franklin, I haven't been to Franklin yet, but Oven High and Franklin are pretty close to each other. And those are pains in the ass to get to. So if I get shut down, what time? I should be shut down by about 5:45. We'll say 6 p.m. That means I can start driving Saturday at 4 a.m. So 4 a.m. and I think it's, God, I can't remember how far it is to Addis. I think it's like 200 miles. I think it's a long ways. So I think it's going to be like a 3-hour drive. to get there. And then Mount Vernon is like 700 miles or so. But I don't know what you heard Caitlin say, but something to keep in mind when you're dealing with people is what they say is not always what they mean. And Caitlin is super nice to me, like extremely nice to me, extremely accommodating. She's awesome. But as soon as she hangs up the phone, she might be talking shit about me. Who knows? So like when she asked me about Sumter, why, what was it about Sumter that I didn't like? She was like, "Oh, I thought maybe they were rude to you or something." And we don't want, she was acting protective of me. Like, we're not going to let people do that to you. So she could be genuine. Like that could be she like that could be genuine. But I'm not a very trusting person. So whenever somebody is super nice to me, I always assume that it's a facade that they're, putting on just to try to get me to open up and tell them something that I wouldn't normally tell them. I'm a very guarded person, not a very trusting person. All right. How fast is this four-wheeler with their hazards going? They're going pretty good for having their four-ways on. I'm trying to decide whether or not, I haven't finished passing Everett yet, and I'm trying to decide whether or not to move over behind them. And at this point, we're just going to pass them because I just completed passing Everett, and now Everett's getting behind me to pass this car. And when I said Morrison was my favorite load, she started talking about the whole bobtail thing. Maybe she thinks that I think Morrison is my favorite load because I got to bobtail. No, that's not it. I'm not expecting to bobtail. But I couldn't really understand every word she said. But I remember she said something about some issue that they're having with empties on the Morrison load. And that if I was a company driver, I would have been sitting for like 3 days. Yeah, I remember I was there was they had a load. I'm not sure if they still have this load. I haven't seen it on the load board in a long time, but just because the load disappears from the load board doesn't mean it's not still happening. What usually happens when a load disappears from the load board that normally is on the load board consistently, then what happened to that load is there was somebody that told the broker, hey, I would like to do this load all the time. And now that person does that load like every week, and they don't put it on the load board anymore. So there was a load coming out of Oklahoma City going to Jerome, Idaho all the time, and it was pallets. And it did not pay that great. I want to say it paid like $3.20 a mile, $3.10 a mile, something like that. It wasn't that awesome, and it wasn't going to a very good. I'm not even sure why I ever did that load. I did it once. Yeah, I think I only ever did the load one time. And getting to the place was really sketchy. It was in like downtown Oklahoma City, and you had to drive down this really narrow road that was like a residential road, and you had to go really slow because the trees were not cut back far enough, and I was hitting trees constantly. And then whenever you got to the actual place, it was like this really old, like 100-plus-year-old warehouse that was not designed for trucks this big. So whenever you backed up to the dock, the front 2 or 3 feet of your truck was in the roadway. And that was like in the early days of me leasing on to Landstar, and I'd just gone through orientation, all that stuff. And it said, if you ever ran into an issue where a customer has you do something illegal, be sure and send it to safety. So I took pictures and sent it to safety of like, hey, this is where you have to, back into the dock here, and you're still parked in the roadway. And they said what Landstar Safety will do is they will go to these customers and educate them. Like if they're not using proper securement and stuff like that, Landstar will send people to teach them how to secure. That's what they teach us in orientation, is that if you encounter something that customers are doing wrong, contact Landstar, let them know, and they will educate the agent, they will educate the customer, and they'll get it all fixed. They'll train them on how to do it properly. Yeah, I don't do that shit anymore. I did it one time with that pallet load. Landstar never replied to my email. I don't know if anything changed with it. I was like, well, fuck that. I'm not doing that anymore, because all you're going to do is piss people off. You're going to piss off customers. You're going to piss off agents. So I think that was just Landstar orientation hoorah. So now I don't report any kind of like safety or procedure stuff to Landstar that I don't have to. Like the latest thing was a hazmat load. Landstar has a policy whenever you haul hazmat, you have to take pictures of the paperwork and email it to Landstar Hazmat, and then you have to call Landstar Hazmat and talk with them and they look over the paperwork and they ask you a whole bunch of questions, to make sure you're legal to haul hazmat. And the last hazmat load that I hauled was not legal. It wasn't anywhere close to legal. They were using the wrong placards. They had the description wrong on the paperwork. The weight of the trailer was way wrong. I talked about this in previous videos. Is when I was hauling the hazardous waste from somewhere in the state of Washington to Williston, North Dakota. What was the name of that place? It's just north of Seattle. I can't remember the name of the town. Some refinery hauled hazardous waste out of there, and like they were doing everything wrong. They had just recently, they told me that they used rails. They used the railroad to transport this stuff to Williston, and there was a specialized rail car just for hauling these waste containers. And the railroad had just discontinued that rail car and told them that they were no longer going to be hauling it for them. So now they were having to haul it by truck. And they had hauled several loads by truck. And I don't know why no one had caught it up to that point. But they were doing like everything wrong. The way they were loading the trailer, they were just nose loading 36,000 pounds. And it was in, how many totes was it? It was in, I want to say like 8 totes that only took up about half the trailer. And they were nose loading that. Like 36,000 pounds in the front half of the trailer. That you can't do that. And whenever they went to load it, and they told me how they were going to load it, and I was like, that's not going to work. So I told them what we could try to do is just line them up one in front of the other to have them come further down the trailer. And I said, even doing that, I don't think that's going to scale, but we could try that. So we tried that, and it did not scale. It was still overweight on the drives. And I ended up having to do a strap wall, which I don't think is legal. But the agent told the customer that we do strap walls all the time, and I don't think strap walls are legal because I just don't think the E-Tracks can hold that much weight and keep it from going forward. The E-Tracks are not there to keep the load from sliding back and forth. The E-Tracks are there to like stabilize the load a little bit. It's not there to hold the load in place. And the amount of forward movement that you have when you hit the brakes, that's a lot. And if I were to hit the brakes hard with that much weight, those big, tall metal containers that weigh like 8,000 pounds a piece, or no, 4,000 pounds a piece. I think they weighed about 4,000 or 5,000 pounds a piece. What is going on here? The car just pulled off the shoulder of the rest area exit, drove across the median, and then drove across the median of the interstate and is going the opposite direction down the interstate. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah, I did the strap wall, even though I don't think the strap wall is legal. I just don't think that the E-Tracks on the trailer are capable of holding that much weight. I wasn't worried about the strap snapping. The strap's not going to snap before the E-Tracks rip out of the wall. The E-Tracks are going to rip out of the wall before the straps snap. But anyway, yeah, we did the strap wall to get them in the center of the trailer. And then it scaled fine. But yeah, they were using so and somebody, I can't remember if it was the Landstar agent or if it was the Landstar hazmat team. Somebody made a comment while we were dealing with all that drama that they had gotten a lot of overweight. They'd had a lot of overweight issues. I think it was a Landstar agent told me that they hadn't had any issues with the placards, but they had a lot of issues with the trailers being overweight. So the drivers were just not scaling the loads because they were only 36,000 pound loads. But if a 36,000 pound load is loaded all in the nose, it can be overweight. I mean, if it's evenly distributed throughout the trailer, then it's really hard to be overweight with 36,000 pounds. People generally do not scale loads unless they're over 36,000 pounds because it is so hard for a 36,000 pound or lower load to be over on one of your axles. But if you're dealing with something really heavy that doesn't take up much space, then 36,000 pounds can easily overload an axle if they just put it like in the front or the rear. They have to put it in the middle. But I think people were not scaling the load, and they Landstar was getting a lot of overweight tickets from people hauling that hazardous waste. And then Landstar found out about all of the paperwork being wrong and the placards being wrong and everything on that damn load being wrong. And I haven't seen that load posted. I always looked for it after that. I looked for it every time I got into that area, and I never saw it again. So I'm not sure if Landstar lost that contract or maybe if Landstar banned that customer. I'm not sure what happened with it. I hope that I didn't cause that contract to be lost. I tried to handle it like as best as I could, but they were just doing so many things wrong, and I apologized to the customer several times, and the customer was like, "Oh no, it's all good. We need to get this right anyway." The customer had a positive attitude about it. He wasn't pissed off. He was like, "Yeah, we need to get this stuff right anyway." I was like, "All right, we're good. We're on the same page then. We're good." So I don't think the customer would have ended the contract with us. He didn't sound pissed off. He sounded like, we just need to get it done right. If anyone ended the contract, I think it might have been Landstar. They might have, with all the overweight tickets we got from it, and then all of the paperwork being wrong, Landstar might have just been like, "Nah, we're not going to lose any more CSA score over this contract." Because I know they got a supervisor involved in the hazmat department. They got management involved because of all the issues. So who knows how that got escalated within the Landstar bureaucracy. "14 miles to go." But the only thing that I could assume, since I was the first one, I didn't catch all the issues with the hazmat. I didn't even really bother looking at it, to be honest with you, because Landstar has an entire department that looks at that shit. So whenever I haul hazmat, I don't even really bother looking at it. I just send it all to hazmat, and they've got people that's their damn job. Look at all that crap. If I was not dealing with Landstar hazmat, I would be much more thorough with hazmat loads. But I just dump it all onto them, let them deal with that crap. And And since I'm the first one that the issues got caught, I have to assume that I'm the first one that followed policy and procedure hauling those loads and sent the paperwork to Landstar Hazmat and uh, had them check it. Oh, and I've got a dirty little secret. You know, I'm not a perfect little angel that does everything right all the time. The license plate light is out on this trailer, and it's a style of like I would consider replacing the light on my own dime because they're not very expensive, and I have a whole bunch of them because my license plate light used to go out all the time. So I would just go replace the license plate light, but it's a different style of light. It's a round license plate light, and I'm not sure how to pop that thing out. I didn't look at it for very long, but it's I'm driving around with a license plate light that's out, and I don't plan on getting it fixed. So, yeah, I don't do everything perfect all the time. I screw up all the time. I just get lucky enough to not get caught. And I think that's most truckers. I think most truckers screw up all the time and they get lucky and don't get caught. I promise you, anyone who's a million mile safe driver, I promise you that if they would have been inspected every single day of their career by a competent DOT officer, not a shady DOT officer, but just a competent one that would only give you legitimate violations, I promise you, every single million mile safe driver in this country would have DOT violations if they were inspected every day by a competent DOT officer. Well, I won't promise you every single one, but most, if like 99% of them. There might be some million mile safe drivers that have done like their entire careers with, you know, some company like FedEx or UPS that has a mechanic inspect their equipment every day. There are some companies that do that. At least that's what I've heard. I've never experienced that, but there was you know, when I was a line haul driver 20 years ago, there was some young kid that started at Conway Western Express after I'd already been there for like 6-8 months. And while he was still just like brand new with Conway, he got a job at FedEx as a line haul driver. Now, I don't know how true this shit is. I don't know if he worked directly for FedEx or if he worked for a FedEx contractor or what the story is. But what he was one of those people that after he got another job, he would come over and visit with us. He would come over and hang out with us while we were waiting to pick up our trailers. He would still like come over all the time and hang out with us after he got another job. And he told us that whenever he showed up for work, a mechanic pre-tripped his truck and a mechanic also pre-tripped all of his trailers, and they hooked his trailers up for him. He hauled doubles for FedEx. They hooked up his trailers for him and hooked it up to his tractor. Whenever he got to work, all he did was he went and sat in an office near the entrance exit, and they would pull his truck up to the office already hooked up, already inspected by a mechanic. And then he would drive it to the next location. He would get there, get out of the truck at the entrance. Somebody else would hop into the truck, and they would go unhook his trailers, hook up his new trailers, and a mechanic would inspect it all, and they would pull it up there, and he would go and hop into it, drive it back to the other terminal, and that process just repeated. So in that situation, where you have a mechanic inspecting your equipment every single day and fixing everything that's wrong, maybe you might have a million-mile safe driver that was legit, that never had a violation. .3 miles. I think I'm going to go ahead and pass this vehicle because I'm catching up with it pretty fast. Actually, now I'm having second thoughts. I think I'm going to back out of it. We're moving pretty quick. Now it's telling me I'm only 2.1 miles from my exit, 2.8 miles from the actual spot.
In 2 miles, take exit 69 for Alabama 113 toward Bloomington, Wallace.
2 miles away. If they were moving really slow, I'd pass them, but they're doing 65 and I was doing 70. If they were doing almost anything below 65, I probably would have gone ahead and passed them. But 65, we'll just slow down. I don't want to pass somebody and then slam on my brakes to take an exit in front of them. 1 hour and 7 minutes left on my drive time. And all of these parking lots in this area, all these truck parking lots are dirt. Even the casino is like a gravel lot. Except this one spot that I'm headed. And the spot that I'm headed has hot food. Like they have food in a warming tray plate thing. Hot food. And they have a concrete parking lot, according to the satellite images. So that's the reason I picked this spot instead of all the other spots around here. because I don't like parking in the mud.
In half a mile, take exit 69 for Alabama 113 toward Flomaton, Wallace.
I don't like parking in the mud, and I like the option of hot food. I'm probably going to go in there right now and get some food. Just like treat myself. You know when I'm working 70 plus hour weeks out here busting my ass, I treat myself to like a little $5-10 meal every now and then. That is me splurging, is going in and getting like, $5-10 of hot food out of a warmer. That's my idea of splurging.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto Alabama 113 South.
Just a second here. I can't see shit. I'm going to have to just kind of... I can't see to my damn right. I should have turned... Okay, I'm clear.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
I should have turned like a little bit to the right at the end of that off ramp so that I could see down to the right. I couldn't see shit down that road. That was just pure, that was just trust. Making that turn was just pure trust. All right, these are the 3 truck stops. There's one right there to the left. There's a second one to the left, and there's one to the right. Truckers welcome. All of these places are begging truckers to park at them.
Turn left. Then your destination will be on the right.
Nicest restrooms and showers on I-65. Yeah, and this is the only place I saw around here that has...
on the right.
There's not a single truck parked here. I feel sorry for these people. They're trying so hard to lure in people. I don't see any lines. Oh, there's some lines. I see some lines down here. All right, my belt is catching. My belt lock for some reason got engaged. All right. Throw on the 4-ways. I'm going to get this very last spot down here. Well, the second to last spot. There's technically one more spot past this one, but it's in the mud. I have to roll the window down. It's condensating so bad. I can't see out of it. But yeah, I like this. I like all these little truck stops fighting for truckers. I much prefer that to all these truck stops hating truckers and despising them. These places appreciate them. All right, I think I might have gotten a little bit... I mean, there might be somebody that wants to park in the mud over to my right, so I'm going to park properly in the lane, and I overcorrected and I went too far. So let's straighten out a little bit and get more lined up with the spot. I want to be actually in the spot. Even though I'm the only one here, and I might be the only one here, I'm still going to park in the damn spot. It's really hard to see the lines. There's barely a line there. All right, we are perfect in the spot. And I think that's far enough back. I don't want to drive off the pavement. And that's it. We're all done. do post-trip inspection. And as soon as I end the video, I'm going to go in there and check and see what they got in the hot food. And I want to check and see if they have gallons of milk, because I'm like out of milk. I might actually bobtail, or there isn't even really a reason to bobtail. I might drive across the street and see if they, or I might call them and see if they have gallons of milk at the other two places here. If this place doesn't have gallons of milk. Let's check the news and see if World War III broke out. And my cellular signal is full bar. There's a cell tower. There are like 3 cell towers over to my left. 3 massive towers over to my left. So we have like perfect signal right here. This is amazing. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Police rush to SCOTUS Justice's home after swatting call amid rising threats. Trump reveals Iran's red line before U.S. could restart military offensive. Mystery tunnels beneath airport revealed after years of wild conspiracy theories. So that's the Denver airport. Liberal CNN anchor lashes out at Democrats' deceit after Jill Biden's admission. Spencer Pratt. NASCAR suspends somebody. "60 Minutes is firing a bunch of people, overhauling the show." People are getting sick and tired of being preached to. You know, I don't care if you're left or you're right. You don't want, like, whenever you're just sitting down to relax, you know, you're just wanting to watch TV, you don't want somebody preaching to you about their ideology. You don't want the preacher man, you know, going off on you. And that's what a lot of these media outlets, like the news and Hollywood, their movies, their TV shows, like, it's everywhere. It's the news, it's movies, it's TV shows, it's even sports. It's gotten into sports where, like, you just can't sit down and just, like, relax and enjoy yourself without somebody preaching their belief system and trying to convert you to it or force it upon you. And these media outlets are starting to realize that they're losing money. That's the only thing they understand is money. And they're starting to lose money because of their propaganda. People don't want to hear that shit. So you're starting to see some companies act like they're, changing things around. Like CNN came out and said that they were changing, but they didn't. They acted and they said they were changing. They acted like they were changing, but nothing changed with CNN. It's still radical left. But you're seeing a lot of these places that are, they're saying that they're changing, but they're not. But if they keep losing money, they will be forced to change. Money will eventually force them. But anyway, I'm going to enjoy my 34. Have a good one. Bye.